hanging. We were just talking about D was mentioning what he had for dinner. Sounded delicious, and I was like, "Fuck!" I didn't even tell him that I had pizza. Went and had some nice
Nice.
Neapolitan pizza. Anyway, D, I'm gonna mute myself. Go for it. Do your thing, buddy.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to leave. Do it the Fumi way there. Fast and furious. Back to you, Fumi.
Just the way. Cheers, D. Thank you very much. I just launched a random app on my computer for some reason. I don't really know why I do that, but I do. Every time I start these shows, I end up launching random apps because I'm trying to do everything in a hurry. Cheers, everybody in the chat. Look at that. I think it's a conspiracy. Crime or Grows and Miss Chronic in the chat are first and second. Who's first and who's fed second? Crime or Grows is first. Miss Chronic is second. Why don't you guys fight about it? Ladies and germs, thank you very much for joining us. Let me post the link here before I forget. It'd be very easy to forget and then not let you guys join the show. That would be very sad indeed. One of these days, Crime More Grows and Ms. Chronic, you guys better join the show. That's not a warning. That sounded like a warning. You better join the show. No, you should join the show. That's what I'm trying to say. It would be fun. It would be fun to talk to you. Fun to see how your garden is. Your garden. What am I from Chicago? Your garden. See how it's going over there in Chicago. I'm not very much of a Chicagoan, but still, I've been watching Fargo though, so we've been brushing up on our freaking Midwestern over here. Okay, you betcha. Anyway, ladies and germs, thank you indeed for joining us. I hope you guys do hop on the show one of these days. But in the meantime, I hope you guys enjoy the show. Don't forget to tell your friends. It's one of the only ways that this channel can possibly grow. Many of you know that the bigger channel has been basically under kind of assault, basically nonstop for a couple of years now. It is technically working now. So, like, I had a video the other day, or we had a show the other day, and it didn't get totally taken off the entire internet like it often does. Didn't get any new strikes or anything. So, fuck, I don't even know. Knock on wood. Maybe it'll be okay for a little bit. But in the meantime, I'm still pretty nervous about it. Nice, Steve. So we're going to try to probably keep things on this channel. So please do tell your friends. If you enjoy the show, make sure to hit the upvote button. You don't have to do it now, but if at some point in the show you feel that the show has given you, I don't know, good time at least, for a good time, I guess, call Fumador is what I'm trying to say. But no, if you enjoyed the show, if you thought it was, I don't know, entertaining or informative or artistic or however you enjoyed it, please hit the upvote button, the thumbs up button. If you hated the show, if you think that my face is stinky, if you think that everything about me is basically a pile of poop on the sidewalk in the sun, hit the downvote button twice just to make sure that it really counts. Because yeah, once is not enough, ladies and gentlemen. You always got to double tap, especially with those downvote buttons. In the meantime, though, folks, if you are not subscribed, do subscribe because every little subscriber hurts. Or not, what am I? I can't even talk. I'm not even high, but I can't even talk. Every little subscriber hurts. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. That's some weird Freudian shit there. Ladies and gentlemen, every subscriber helps, is what I'm trying to say. And none of you are little, unless maybe you are. I don't know. But I'm sure you're big in spirit. Thank you, though, folks, for joining us. Look at that. Bud Kilowatt is already showing us the green light in the chat. Cheers, buddy. Nightbot's in the chat already, just getting ready to fight somebody probably. It's kind of amusing how many enemies Nightbot has already made in its short life here on this channel. Poor Pizza Dave's hanging. What's going on, Poor Pizza Dave? I really can't talk. Good to see you. Welcome, everybody. What was I going to say? There were some announcements. Well, the big one, honestly, is I'm looking for testers. I was looking for testers. I'm still looking for testers. A lot of you guys did sign up for. I can't talk at all. I should probably just slow down. A lot of you guys did sign up as testers before I had to go freaking to Israel and all that different stuff, and I had to move and all that. So the reality of it is, it's been quite a while. People's plans change. So I'm asking again, basically, if you guys want to test. If you still want to test, just let me know. That's all. Nothing's changed on my end. Nothing has changed. But I'm just basically assuming that, hey, the people's plans and lives and garden schedules and everything else might change. So please let me know. And also, of course, if you didn't sign up before, now is your opportunity to do so. I have a lot of things to test, honestly. And I can just about guarantee that I have more things to test than I will find testers, because realistically, for most things, you need 2 or 3 testers at least to get an idea of something. It doesn't even really give you that thorough of a test unless you have 4 or 5 testers, you know what I mean? So definitely will not have enough testers to thoroughly test every single thing that I have. So sign up, even if you are fairly new to testing. I bet you anything that I'll have something that I could throw your way. All I really ask is that you actually grow it. You know that I mean? You know what I mean? Seriously, like one of the most infuriating things about sending out testers is that you end up feeling like a piggy bank for douchebags, honestly. So if you guys are just going to scam me for free seeds, I'd rather you just wrote me and said, "Hey, Fumi, I just want some free seeds," and I'll probably just send you some. I'll send you some that I don't need information from, blah blah blah. I'll just send you something good. You know what I mean? Because I'll appreciate your honesty. So please, honestly, if you just need to scam somebody for some seeds, you don't have to scam me. Just ask. Just ask nicely. I bet you anything that I could send you something. If you, on the other hand, are willing to actually grow my shit in a timely fashion, then I'm really interested in having you as a tester. If you have been a tester before, even more so. If you have not been a tester before, let me know. Like I said, it is really annoying to send out seeds and then have people just stockpile them. So if that's your plan, please skip this one, honestly, because I'm not a high budget seed breeder. You know, like some of these folks out here have big old fucking teams. I don't have a team. I'm me, basically. It's one of the reasons why I'm so fucking behind on everything, is that basically I'm the only one that does anything on this channel and on this show. So not on this channel, because obviously D helps, but you know what I'm trying to say, folks. Sign up. That's rather than belaboring it forever, just basically sign up, ladies and germs. And thank you, D, for posting the link. It's fumidor@chronictable.com. That's the absolute best way to reach me. You can also reach me on Discord. And of course, the best way to reach us on Discord, if you're not a member of the Discord, is just to say something in the chat and say, hey, what's the link for the Discord? We're keeping it sort of private because honestly, Discord has just been a bag of dicks in a variety of ways. We had this really thriving community, and then a bunch of people just basically turned it into a shitstorm, frankly. So it's a little bit easier these days not to post public links and not have a bunch of fuckfaces join, and just having a nice quiet place that just every once in a while something comes up. So, ladies and germs, if you want to join the Discord, you are more than welcome to. Just ask in the chat, and we'll send you a link. Instagram is available too, but honestly, I have to be frank with you. There are times when I don't check my Instagram for 10 days in a row. So literally, like if you've written me an email or something, or not written an email, if you've DM'd me on Discord, I'm sorry, I can't even fucking talk. If you have DM'd me on Instagram in the last, I don't even know how long, and I haven't gotten back to you, chances are I just haven't checked Instagram, and that's just the reality of it. So that's why I always say go to Discord or email. Far superior ways to reach me, ladies and germs. One of the reasons I'm avoiding Instagram, frankly, is because it's kind of like YouTube. Basically, I'm half banned on there. Every time I post something, I get warnings like, "Oh, your account is about to be deleted," or this, that, the other thing. It's just like, motherfucker, dude. I know I'm not doing anything inappropriate on my channel. I know there's a lot of other channels that are doing a lot of sick shit out the back door, just like your mama, by the way. But in the meantime, my channel is not, and I keep getting hammered by fucking trolls. It gets old. You know what I mean? And since there's literally no customer service at Facebook or Instagram or anything, it's kind of a waste of time. I kind of feel the same way about Google. Like I've been a customer at Google for 20 fucking something years. I mean, basically since the beginning. I was one of the very first people to use the Google search and all that kind of stuff way back in college. It's kind of infuriating to see how the company has changed. But I even have YouTube Premium. I've got a YouTube window, this dude that has long ass hair that I guess is kind of like mine, so I shouldn't make fun of him. Now that I think about it, but in the meantime, I've got YouTube Premium up in the left corner. I'm like, fuck, I pay for this shit every fucking goddamn month. In the meantime, YouTube is a bag of dicks to my channels. So anyway, where was I going with that? I think I was rambling incoherently, to be perfectly honest. Let's get this show back on track, ladies and germs. I actually didn't post the link, did I? All this freaking talking, I still post the link. There it is, right there.
There's
Let
a
me
little
know.
one up there.
Oh, did I post it but then forget to? I forgot to pin it. That's what it was.
You forgot to pin it.
Exactly.
No.
Captain in the house.
I almost banned Miss Chronic instead of pinning a message. Don't ban Miss Chronic. We should put a post
No, don't do that.
Don't ban Miss Chronic.
Not our Miss Chronic.
That would be bad. That'd be mean. She's perfectly nice. Cheers, hey, look at that. Bingus is in the chat. What's going on, Bingus? Long time no see,
Hey,
buddy. T. Barrington's in the house. Yeah, man. Long time no see, Bingus.
Yeah.
Who else in here? Well, Robert Benjula. A little bit too late to say hello to you in the chat. You're already on the panel. Welcome, Robert. Who else in here? I'm sure I missed somebody.
We need Bingus on here.
Yeah, hop on, Bingus. It'd be super fun. I don't
He's got
remember
some
Bingus has ever
fresh,
been on
he's
my
got
show. That's not
fresh
true. He's been
news
on at least
for us.
once. Oh, really?
Yeah,
What,
I'm
motherfucker?
sure he's got something fresh to tell us.
The fresh takes on this show. No, wait, don't withdraw co-host permission. Make co-host. Don't I swear I'm not that high. Yeah, here we go. Hop on, folks. We'd love to chat with you, whether your name is Bingus or not. We would love to chat with you either way. If your name is something else, if your name is Bingus slash something, if it's hyphenated, very interesting. We'd love to hear that story, how that happened. Very unlikely, I imagine, but would love to hear it. We'd love to hear about your garden, ladies and germs. We'd love to hear about your seeds you're popping, whatever the case may be. I'm in the middle of basically two seed pops. Basically, I was popping a whole thing of seeds, a whole little mess of seeds, and then a bunch of things just didn't germ, including some older seeds. Uh, Most of them, I think, were older. Some of them were from a couple other breeder friends. Turns out, when I talked to them, they were also bred kind of a long time ago. If I'd kept them in the freezer, they probably would have been still viable. It's very annoying to me that I basically just kept them in a cool basement. So realistically, I've already kind of probably lost some of my favorite seeds, not favorite seeds, but some of the seeds that I was most looking forward to. The Platinum Yeti was definitely one of them. That was bred, I think, in 2016 or 2017. I got zero germ out of those, zero germ out of a couple others. So that's kind of a pity. But all the more opportunity to pop some more. So basically, I'm soaking behind me. I'm soaking a few of my things, actually, to be perfectly frank. I think I'm soaking maybe one of North Star's things. And then let's see here. What else do I have? Pacific Days version 2. I'm really curious about that one with that Jack the Ripper male. People have been digging the Pacific Days version 1, which reminds me I need to go to Mr. Scotto and smoke some of that, which actually reminds me I should do that sooner rather than later because I have to go to freaking California for a bit. I need to get in touch with Mr. Scotto. Anyway, Pacific Days version 2. Let's see, what else am I freaking popping? I've already forgotten. Fucking gracious. Oh, the Pine Sol. I wanted to check out what that Pine Sol JTR cross was. I'm sending that one. That's one of the testers. I want to see what that one is. I think, oh, here he comes. I think that's going to be a banger. What else?
Right on.
Ball sack. I should check what else I'm looking at. What's up, Bingus? Cheers.
Hey,
Check what other
Bingus.
seeds I got.
Yo,
Oh, by the way, we should do our real introductions instead of just being freaking weirdos here. D, what's going on, my friend? Welcome. What's going on, buddy?
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, chat? First, sorry about that. Who did I just butthurted Crymore. Sorry about that, Crymore. I didn't mean to do that, buddy. I'm smoking on as Smash would will laugh. Smash will get ready to laugh. A prolifera of different strains, but mainly no, that's Bubba for later. Mainly, it's the cute Queen's Anne's Revenge Morgana, One Hitter Quitter by Mr. Toad, and Animal Mints. Hope everyone's having a great day. Top chat like top chat live chat. Cheers to everybody out there in chat. Cheers to all you lurkers, non-lurkers, people just hanging in the background, smoking a bowl or a joint, doing some work. Hope everyone's doing good. Cheers. Smash,
Cheers,
what's up?
D.
I'm just hanging out, man. Funny, Fumi's like, oh, I gotta go to Cali. And I literally thought, I was like, dude, I gotta go to Cali for a layover. What if I just move my flight back one day from California to Boston and I chill in Cali? But yeah, no, we just chilling. I'm just laying down, hanging out. Can't see chat, so what's up, chat?
Well, if you're down there, come say hello. It's not all that far to go to the airport. Stone Root was saying we should go up to Maine. I don't think I can make it this year, which is annoying because it was such a nice offer. I was like, fuck, that would be so much fun. He was saying we go ice fishing and stuff, but I don't know. Maybe I can make it, but I doubt it, honestly. Cheers, Cut Up Gal. Get up, gal. I don't know what I was trying to say. Obviously, first in chat, as we all know. Chazmanian Devil, good to see you, Chaz. Who else in here? Robert Greenfingers is hanging. What's going on, buddy? T. Barrington. Organic Soul Garden. He's saying cheers. Captain 420, what's going on, buddy?
Just enjoying this beautiful New Year's Eve here in Thailand.
Isn't it
Got a
like?
nice,
You're a whole day ahead. Holy shit!
beautiful blue sky.
Don't you have a different year than us?
Yeah, it's
So they
like
have it.
25, 67 this year.
Yeah, they have a whole different
Hmm.
year then. It's pretty crazy.
Well, the Thai New Year is actually on uh, April 14th, Songkran. That's their Thai New Year.
Shit.
There's a few
It's
countries
also
that
the
have
time
different
to get
calendars.
here for water fights. It's literally they take the, if it happens to be on like a Tuesday or Wednesday, they start partying on Friday before, and maybe they'll make it to work the Monday after Songkran. So they take like 10 to 14 days off for this holiday.
That's fun.
Cheers, Bingus. How have you been?
What's going on, Bingus?
Cheers, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you letting me up here and hang with you for a minute. I ran into D and I kind of followed him around a little bit because I kind of missed the guy. And I ended up here.
Watched.
I ended up here at Fumador, a fellow Oregonian, by the way. How you doing,
right.
man?
Doing all right. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm smoking some weed. I got some platinum asset that I made that I really like, and I enjoy listening to you guys. I've been here a couple times, hanging in, doing the lurking. You get a lot of lurkers. I do when I go live. I seem to get like a lot of lurkers too. So it's good. It's good to be lurked on. I think it's positive.
A lot of people working in the garden. I mean, I know I do that a lot of times. Like, gosh, I have this problem where a lot of stuff on YouTube I'd like to watch or listen to, but YouTube is so it's designed to sit in front of it and look at it, and I'm like, I need something to just kind of listen to in the background so I can work on the garden or whatever else. Really, that's the majority of it, to work on the garden and just sort of mindlessly listen to something else. But there's very often kind of a lack of that. That's a weird sentence. There is very few things like that that you can just kind of put in the background and just sort of, I don't know, intelligently absorb something while you're doing something productive. You know what I mean? So anyway, I'm not surprised that people listen to your channel or this channel. Anyway,
I like that. That's an excellent comment, and I do that as well. Trimming. I mean, dude, what else are you going to do?
Yep.
I actually got really nice headphones because I spend so much time trimming and listening to audiobooks and various things like your stream on
Dude.
Roots Live.
I just throw some music on for trimming. I just want to. I catch a vibe, and I get in a flow with some music, and I just try to get through it as fast as possible.
Chasmini and Devil, hello, sir. Thank you for saying hi in the chat. And good to see all you guys on the panel. For Smash, Captain, D,
see you.
Fumi
Yeah,
doing.
man.
I love it.
So it's been a while, Bingus. Last time I think we were on a show together, you were just coming out with your Bingus Mile, was it?
That was a while. Yeah, dude, I'm always calling chucking. I don't really consider myself a seed company or breeder, but I'm always playing with things to get the types of cannabis that I like to smoke, and surprisingly, other people like it as well. So it's I've been doing that ever since I can remember, even back in the 70s. I didn't even know what strains I was crossing, but I was crossing them. You know? Let's see
We
if this
got
one will look
seeds
like
for
this
next year.
Yeah.
So,
How did you say it? You don't really consider yourself a seed company or a seed breeder. I was like, okay, it's fair to if you're not a company, if you're not in business or something, that you're not a company. That's fair. That's fair. But why don't you consider yourself a seed breeder? I'm always curious about that, and I guess it's a loaded question because I'm always curious about this sort of well, there's like an aristocracy or an aristocratic vibe, rather, because I don't think there's an
No,
aristocracy
you're absolutely
to some people who sort of consider themselves, I don't know, above and beyond. And I really don't think that there is a such thing. I've grown seeds from every single breeder you can imagine, and I've grown seeds from some of the very best and some of the very worst. And I've gotten some of the very best seeds that I've gotten from basically backyard breeders that were their quality was professional, but they were not professional in the sense that they had another job. You know, one guy was literally a cook, line cook, something like that. But a solid plant breeding expert, like one of those, you know, Portland hippies that actually went to college and grad school and everything else, but then decided to just be a dipshit. You know what I mean? Like he himself would probably tell you, I don't even know why I'm doing this, but you know,
You're
like
right.
intelligent enough to do it right. And
you're right. No, the breeding is things. Animals, dogs, birds, flowers, plants. It kind of runs in my family. I mean, so it's kind of a family hobby that I ended up being drawn towards. Of course, cannabis, my dad bred ornamental pheasants. My uncle was one of the first guys to breed a pink iris back in the late 50s. So it, you know, it runs in my blood. But now what you were saying about the guys that go to school and, you know, they kind of frown on people that have, you know, it's kind of come up in their family where we've learned through experience, not just with cannabis, but in genetics and DNA in general. All right. So, but that's fine. And so I make it known before I get hated on. Well, you're not really a breeder. Well, no, I don't know. I mean, it's a matter of perception and belief. All right. Do I make crosses that I like? Damn straight. Damn straight. You know what I mean? And I'm sure everybody on this panel and maybe even in the chat room do the same thing. And if you're not, you know, you probably should, but I mean, that's, to me, it's a way to personalize the experience with the plant. And that's what I'm always big on, is the plant, bonding with it, kind of spending time with it, but crossing it with things, seeing the different energetic results that happen. It's that, to me, is what it's all about. So yeah, I don't have a PhD in I'm not even sure what that would be, what category that would be in, but I play around, you know, I make some stuff that I like. I give seeds away. That pisses people off. I've discovered here recently, which I was like, okay, everybody does giveaways. Well, the thing about giveaways that I've found, I don't know, Fumi, you may know more about this than me, but most of the people just save them or never grow them, or they never get grown. So my giveaway is, hey, here's my email. If you want my seeds, frickin' email me, send me your address. And guess what? Boom, you'll get them in. And I have a much higher chance of them actually being grown, I've noticed over the last year I've been doing this, than giveaways or, you know, are you a tester? Dude, that's another thing. It's like, how do you, I don't know. Guy can lie through his fucking teeth, man. You can give him your whole agenda and say, thanks, have a nice day, and head to Europe or something. It's
oh,
difficult.
it is beyond challenging to find good testers. It is really beyond challenging.
Anyway.
No, it's basically not worth it, to be perfectly frank with you. Like it's so time consuming and convoluted. It takes absolute months. You never really know. You can't, you know, in any experiment, you want to control for variables as much as possible. You want to have as few variables as possible. But the problem is with testers, you have no idea what their variables were. They might be an excellent and competent gardener, but they might have had a divorce in the middle of the freaking cycle, or their dog got ill, or something. You know what I mean? They lost their job, or they got a new job, or whatever the shit, and it upends their entire freaking life. You know what I mean? But being a tester, they want to conscientiously give you the best results that you can get. And so they basically, I've seen it myself. I did it to Subcool. I did it to the people I tested for. You want to be on your best behavior, so to speak. So you try to salvage the grow. The best testing, quote unquote, would honestly be to just kind of let it ride, I guess. You know, see how everything panned out. But as a tester, you're worried that you won't get seeds again in the future. So there's always this push-pull. No, it's a really infuriating process because
That's
honestly, there's
true.
always a
That's
push-pull between the breeder and the tester, and then the information itself feels like it's basically got a freaking stake in the argument as well. I don't know.
See now, dude,
Well,
what I like is you being
being
real about it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Kev.
Well, it's kind of basically the same thing, you know. If I give out seeds to somebody and they say, hey, listen, everything was going fine until we got to like the second or third week of flowering, and then we had this problem, but this is how it turned out. And that's actually pretty good information, actually, and something that I want to hear instead of, uh, I didn't contact you because I had a problem. No, tell me you had a problem, describe your problem, and tell me how the plants reacted and turned out afterwards. Please.
I have worked for a seed company. I mean, it was a hemp seed company in Forest Grove, and I worked there for a year in the breeding department. So I have a good handle on the techniques and what to do. We did pheno hunts that were like 80,000 seedlings. All right, that kind of stuff. And we had spectrometers, two of them. We had two spectrometers that would be testing almost every 3 days to see where things were at that we had selected to make sure they were going in the right direction. So, I mean, I understand the process, but I don't consider, dude, they're out of business now for me. In Forest Grove, there's 7 greenhouses, brand new, beautiful, if you're interested, sitting there fucking empty. Why? Because they tried to do S1 and not test it for a good 2 to 3 years, like I told them to do, right? They had to fulfill contracts. I'm like, you just saw the fucking results. What are you talking about? So, you know, they're out of business. He raked off his millions, settled his lawsuits, and now this whole facility is sitting there. I drive by it and just kind of shed a tear. It's so sad, but that's the kind of thing.
Worst part is you never really know if he didn't make more money on the husk of what is there than actually sticking with it. You know, people always assume that was a loss for that guy. But for example, Sears, the majestic company Sears that was in every fucking town, they owned every single. They owned the ground underneath the Sears. In many cases, they owned the entire shopping mall that they basically were in. So they got rent from the entire shopping mall, JCPenney and everything, all their competitors. They were getting rent from their competitors. Eddie Lampert comes in basically as a private equity fuckwit and basically steals Kmart and then manages through Kmart to steal Sears with their own money. That's how private equity works. They basically saddle the company that they buy with their debt. Don't ask me how that shit's legal. And basically just raped the company for everything that it could possibly be worth. He paid himself like $2 billion a year in salary or compensation, whatever, and basically just turned Sears into a fucking husk. And so people would say, oh, what a waste. Well,
you
Eddie
know,
Lampert would not say that on his gold-plated yacht.
You have a good point there. I think the guy that owns the land, I talked to him, he was pretty crooked. I mean, I could tell just by the way his nature was, but he's got a brand new facility. Probably there was some offset negotiation there. I bet you're right about that. Because this guy walked away with millions. I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars.
You see?
You know, and
so
this
for him,
guy,
the cost of greenhouses was nothing.
You know? Yeah, and so the land itself has been improved, upgraded, probably on the market, especially the way real estate is now. It probably goes for way more money now that it's good point. I didn't think of that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel better now.
You know what's now that you know it's pure capitalism, you feel better. We're true Americans here. What was I going to say? Speaking of pure capitalism, and kind of a fascinating thing. I think I thought I talked about this the other day, but I can't possibly have because I think I called them literally just like a day or two ago. So I have we've talked about this before. I think Bud's not on the show, but Smash. We've talked about CMH lights. You're always talking about how CMH lights grow really good cannabis. Bud Kilowatt always basically says he's kind of suspicious of LEDs and stuff. So he's very much still into HIDs. He's got double-ended fixtures and all kinds of stuff, right? He's just like that's what we're used to. That's what we're sticking with. Blah blah blah. That's what we know. Well, so I have this 315 CMH that I've had for honestly a few years, and I paid reasonably good money for it because it was a Sun Systems, and Sun Systems is this company just up the river. You know them probably, Bingus, from Vancouver,
Yep.
and they were. Bud Kilowatt has talked about this before. Sun Systems was one of those companies that basically, to find distribution, became their own distributor. So they basically have one of the biggest, if not the biggest, distributor catalogs that you can get for grow stores. They and Hydrofarm, basically. So when Hawthorne Gardening came a knocking, they came a knocking over to Sun Systems, and the story goes, gave them an offer they couldn't refuse. That was just a fuckload of money, basically, just an absolute fuck pile of money, and threatened to become a competitor if the guy said no. That's the story. I don't know if that's true. Anyway, regardless of what happened, I guess the guy sold because Hawthorne Gardening moved into where Sun Systems used to be headquartered. And when you look it up now, it's the original headquarters of Sun Systems. So why I'm getting to all of this is I go to the Hawthorne Gardening website the other day because I was like, oh, I'm gonna see if I can get warranty service on this light that I forgot to mention doesn't turn on. It's basically a it's not a one piece unit. Perhaps this is the problem in retrospect. But when I bought it, they were like, "Oh, this is better this way because you can replace parts." It's a 315 hood, so a single bulb downward hood, so not a lateral hood, but downward, which is beautiful for veg, by the way. I don't know if you guys ever experienced that in the past. And then basically, it connects by a cable to an external ballast that you can put outside of your tent or outside the room or whatever else to dissipate heat a little bit. And let's see, is there a third part? No, I think that's basically the three parts of the freaking light. Anyway, the fucker doesn't turn on. And that's the second time now that it hasn't turned on. First time I got warranties for it. Now the second time it won't turn on. And I was like, motherfucker, it would be perfect for this new place that I'm in right now, so I don't have to do a whole lot of work and stuff. And if nothing else, I could use it for veg. So I'm trying to look up Hawthorne. I can't find these Sun Systems lights anywhere. Mind you, Hawthorne Gardening spent a pile of money on this company, right? So I'm looking on their website. I'm like, this must be a typo. This must be wrong or something. You can see Gavita, you can see all these other LEDs, you can see can fans and everything else, but you can't see Sun Systems. So I'm like, that is absolutely bizarre. Well, I tried to call the Hawthorne Garden, but they were gone for the break. So I called Bloom. Meanwhile, Bloom, this is a sign of the freaking industry changing. The Bloom store that I used to go to on Sandy, I actually tried to go there the other day. It's fucking closed. It's gone. I went there like a month ago and there was no, they didn't have a sign like going out of business sale. Just from one month to another, they're just gone. And so now the only Bloom Garden Supply, they used to have 3 stores, they only have 1 left on Division. So I called the Division store and I asked the guy, hey, so this light, can it be fixed? And he's like, bad news. Technically, it can be fixed if you can find the parts on eBay. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, pretty much all the companies have cut all support for HIDs and they don't give a fuck. And he didn't say he give a fuck, but he basically said they don't give a fuck. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, no, they don't give a fuck. Like people complain and people bitch and moan. They got warranty lights and everything else. And the companies, they're just like, yeah, sucks to be you. They literally pulled their support. And so Sun Systems, I guess, doesn't exist anymore. I guess it literally doesn't fucking exist anymore. So even though that's capitalism right there. Hawthorne Gardening can spend like, I don't even know, probably 50 or 100 or 150 million. Who the fuck knows how much that company was, and then just discontinue it a couple of years later. It's something else.
Right on. Market conditions, whatever. That's
I
weird.
guess.
Dude, I got a brand new double-ended HVS and a brand new HDI.
They're going to be collectibles soon.
I'm just going to hang on to them because I barely used them. And I do like, especially the HDI. I do in veg. I noticed, I don't know, there is a difference. All right. The plant responds differently. All right.
It kicks ass.
Than my blue LED. Now, is it enough for me to like pay the extra electricity to run it? No. So I stick with my LED at half wattage, right? But when I went to LEDs, dude, I had to change it. There's an adjustment, atmospheres change, especially. And I can see where people would want to stick with bulbs, but I try not to get too involved in lighting, dude. I mean, God almighty, it is the biggest fucking game in town here lately, and it's just like everybody's got the best and this, that, and the other. And if it glows, it fucking grows, in my opinion. I mean, to
That's one of the
to
nicest
what
things about the
degree?
newest lights. That is literally one of the nicest things about the newest lights, and it's basically at this point set it and forget it. Like for the most part, most of the modern companies have a very similar spectrum. You're going to grow almost the same weed basically from all these big companies. It makes almost the difference. You know, it used to be you had to really pick the right freaking setup for your grow, but now it's really liberating. Honestly, I think that
Well,
people don't
there's
have
a
to worry
better
about it too much
spread.
anymore.
Yes, liberating, and more people need to
That's
grow.
what she said.
That's yeah. Scream it, please. You know what I mean? Because dude, that's my thing.
With
Is
a
get people
hood,
to grow. Yeah.
even with a hood, you get a better spread on the same amount of power in LED. I think.
It's more efficient.
And they just came out with Samsung Mint White Evos, which is their new diode they just released. Supposedly, it's gotten even a little better.
I got to say, I've been using GML's light,
I
and
want one.
it's good. I mean, it's the best light I've had so far. But I mean, we are really
Sorry,
starting
I
to
didn't
split
hear
hairs.
you said GMLs.
Yeah, but we're really splitting hairs. I mean, I'm noticing things only because I've grown these strains over and over and over, and I see differences, and it is superior. But for how long? And what's the next step? Now I'm hearing that he's got one that's kills bugs. I'm like, no fucking way. So I
Yeah,
got
they
a
were
light
researching that.
that kills bugs. All right, I want to see this. You know what I mean? So it's like, what's next? I mean, I always
Sorry, a
thought,
light spectrum that kills bugs.
Yeah,
dude,
What is it,
I'm like,
UV or some shit?
I think
dude,
so. It's like it when I looked at the
Oh,
pictures, it
red.
looked like that color.
I think it's
It's a
awesome,
red
man.
light.
But that's it. That's that's GML though. He just fucking always with the pedal to the metal, and so it's cool. I mean, you know, I don't. I try not to get into these discussions about lighting beyond, to be honest, but because there's so many people flooding the market now. I belong to, what is it, LinkedIn, you know, for work and stuff. And there's a Chinese company or some company weekly hitting me with the next best LED bar lamp. I'm just like, my God,
Right.
how many of these companies are there?
And they're all identical, right? Yeah.
Dude, I mean, I'm
They
going,
would like to tell you that it's the next best thing since sliced bread. Yeah.
there's the margin of difference, I think, is negligible, and that's just my opinion. All right, I'm not trying to piss off anybody. All right, and yes, the GML light has the best. It's the best one I've ever ran. Again, I don't want any haters out there. But dude, I like Spider Farmer. I've ran some decent runs with Mars before when I was penny pinching as much as I possibly could. Shit, I used to use CFLs back in the day, or we had these Growlux 80 watt. I mean, dude, we had 80 watts in a tube, grow light, 8 foot long with tinfoil and, you know, little plants in there. Just grow, man. I mean, that's the thing. Back in the 70s, it was, dude, how do I do it? I robbed a street lamp, the one you were talking about with the extended cord. I had a setup like that by literally stealing the street light.
I used to take the bulbs from baseball. They have the stadium bulbs. Give them to my uncle.
Fuck yeah, dude. But that's
Uh,
back when, fuck, you know, I'm sorry.
I used wood bulbs.
1996. My
I used
first bulb came across the street from the parking lot. They were changing out the parking lot fixtures from the big, heavy aluminum casting that they had around them to the little lights. I grabbed one of those that happened to have the ballast and everything in it. Man, that thing had to weigh at least 100 pounds. Good thing I only had to run like 50 yards back to my house and it was downhill. But yeah, I had the capacitor, the starter, the igniter, I should say, and the ballast itself in a Corningware cooking pan dish on a piece of inch plywood on carpet.
Wow.
And it was hardwired straight to this socket on a bent piece of aluminum. You
It was
know, the hood was basically, the guy came over with a sheet of metal. He went right over to the corner of the room and bent it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And that was it. We're done.
Fumi, you remember
Yeah.
Stark Street HLG or Halide? Did you ever buy from 92nd and Stark there, Southeast?
No, what's his face? Coot used to talk about that place, American Halide or some shit. I
Yeah,
used to know the first store that I shopped at was on Burnside. I don't even remember the name of the fucking place anymore. It was right next to that Spanish place, Matador. I think it's still there. On oh man, what street? Like 36th, maybe? Something like that.
Senor.
No, that's not right.
dude,
26, like 26th and Burnside, basically. Anyway, they closed down like 5 years ago, something like that. Crazy pants.
dude, you're talking way back then. The
I guess that Halide place was even older though. That Halide place had been there since I guess the 80s.
yeah, I bought a lot of stuff there. But to Captain, you see, we're of that era that we had to kind of be the MacGyver. I mean, dude, I used to make boxes out of 1.5 inch roofing insulation, the foam roofing insulation, and put a 400-watt halide lamp in there and have fans blowing through there so hard to keep the temperature down that the plants would lean in one direction, all the buds would be good. But I was building those boxes for years. I got
I still
busted.
build little tents if I need to.
Dude, but we used to, I got busted twice for doing that, basically. And it's like that was like another world. I mean, the way today, it took me, when I got my license, it took me a couple of years to quit being paranoid. I didn't want to show my face anywhere.
I'm still not comfortable with it.
Dude,
That's why I don't show a garden, but in 6 to 8 months, people are going to say, yeah, you take care of quite a few plants.
I'm legal. I have a license. I have been reported more than once. I live right down the street from the sheriff's department. They come and they do a radar thing. There's a retirement home next to my house. All right. And they stand in the driveway and they do radar things. And I drive up sometimes and I see them there and I go over and bug them because I'm saving people getting speeding tickets because I'm on the main drive. It's really busy. And yeah, we know who you are. I go, oh, really? He goes, oh, yeah. I go, you want to come in and look? He goes, fuck no. I go, why not, man? He goes, shit, you can't get what did he say, a jury in Oregon to convict a cannabis grower, a medical grower, he said. He made sure to make sure it was a medical grower. So, man, as long as you have a license in Oregon now,
but that was a weird statement. So you wanted to show him the garden, right? Do I understand that correctly? You were like, oh, do you want to take a look? And he was like, fuck no, because his only thought was he can't arrest you, so he doesn't want to see it if he can't arrest you.
Exactly.
What an interesting thought. Like, he didn't even, out of curiosity, he didn't want to see the plants because, God damn it, he can't arrest you afterwards.
And he was one of those real aggressive guys. I love to bug this in particular, dude. He doesn't show up quite as much. And this is a couple of years ago. But yeah, especially on YouTube, people get their nose out of joint about stuff. But I have 2 cards here, and I can do.
That's when you put a camera on your property and you face it towards where they're doing their radar guns, and you catch them sleeping and stuff, and then put it on YouTube.
I don't want them coming after me again. Okay, I just want to kind of
That's a good way to get a fucking grudge.
keep them as far away as possible. Like, hey man, I'm
And
gonna come out.
suddenly I got 50 speeding tickets in 1 month. I don't know what happened.
It's
It's
You hear
like,
what
funny you say
happened
it.
to Afro Man? Like he used the security footage of them raiding his house in a music video, and the
That's
cop
true.
sued
That's
him.
true.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't make that much money. I'm
Yeah.
retired.
You're not Afro Man.
No,
He doesn't
and
make that much money. Come on, he
You
had
did
one
get
hit
high, but
song.
you're not Afro Man.
He's not rich, rich. He's got money, but he's not like filthy.
I got, dude,
I got more money than you.
I got a lot more. I got a lot of face to wash. I don't have an afro. All right. I got more face to wash than any of you guys.
He's on the lower end of appearance costs.
I'm jealous of D. Look at D's fucking hair, dude. You should be outlawed.
Lush.
I don't
Get a
even-
haircut, you fucking hippie. Dude, if I had hair again, I had hair that long at one point back in 71, I think. I don't know. But no, eraser head.
So the company I used to buy bulbs from, which was basically 20 minutes away from my grow in Solon, Ohio, is still making the super metal halide 1000 watt bulb. They still
Is the
make all
Myrtlex from the
the
Midwest?
I don't know.
Think so.
They still make everything for your replacement ballast, and now they're into LED lighting. So, if I was to do like a veg for like a nursery, I would pick that 1000 watt super metal halide because you can get like a 12 square foot pattern out of that. And that's where I think it becomes cost effective.
Not only that, it helps with the heating, especially, I don't know, at least where I live. Sorry,
in Ohio too.
You ever see
I laugh at it, but my lights were literally screwed in between the rafters of my living room floor, and they kept my floor warm during the winter time.
Oh yeah.
That's why basements were preferred usually. But
the thing is, in a New England basement, when the lights are off,
Guess it's Dutch.
I need some heat.
Yeah, it's cold down there.
Cold
I
here.
left clones on the floor for 4 months and didn't need to water them. They were always green, and then I finally decided to put them on a pallet, and they rooted within like 4 or 5 days. Finally,
I find, yeah, you're right. If you keep things cold on the colder side, it will slow a plant down. But I've had it have a drastic effect where it didn't want to pick back up. But that was only with some strains. I don't know. I'm lazy, man. I don't heat the veg spot. I just keep them on the floor. So I try to keep it 65.
Yeah, but you're
In the
not
winter?
looking at a whole floor that's just covered in dome trays. And every once in a while, you have walking areas, and sometimes you need to fill that walking area.
I want that GML tent light, the one that has a really nice flat par map, and then I want to add it to the 600, and that should fill out the room I want to do.
Well, the thing is, with the technology of the LEDs, if you were able to, it all goes on the number of chips that you have.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Because the number of chips will allow you to basically take these control units that they have and program whatever amount of blue, white, green, yellow, and red you want. You can customize your light spectrum now. And that's the best thing about LEDs, even though I think they're giving the plants too much light and that changes the flower that I enjoy to smoke.
There are changes. There are different, significant differences, actually, you could say, between
The
the two.
weight and the vegetative matter is totally increased.
Okay, so it's my understanding with, especially with sodium bulb, the buds are going to be a little more expansive because of the heat, whereas the LEDs are going to contract a little bit more nuggy because they don't have that issue. At least that's the way it was explained to me at one point. And I have noticed that myself in changing the two. What made me switch was this.
Red light.
What made me switch was this, brother. It's this, okay? I had a double-ended bulb. Next to it, I had an HLG 550. All right. The plants started leaning to the HLG 550. And that's when I went, fuck. All right. And that's when because dude, I was like, fuck LEDs. I bought a Spectrum King. They're out of business, so I'm going to say that. They gave me a divot in the head that, dude.
Spectrum King went out of business?
Yeah. Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That made me never wanted to see another LED lamp. Those things were like lead weights hanging around that. Anyway, that's what switched my mind. But again, I don't think every situation, my friends, it's different. All right. And if your situation works with a bulb versus just grow the shit and make sure you're doing the best job at growing it as possible.
Perfect.
Seriously. I mean, your group of people, let's say you're providing medically for some people, and they're saying, hey, I really liked it the way it was before. What are you doing different? Well, guess what? Now your market is dictating to you what you're going to be doing next, right? Or you're not going to have a market. You see, there's so many situations that can just spawn. That's the beauty of being here in this 3D mess that we're all in. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Fuck, I took a gel cap, forgive me. Because I was just testing. I did some oil today. I just finished up. I did a new process. I wanted to test one. And good job.
No, I think you said that perfectly. No matter what you have, depending on your situation, basically use whatever's at hand.
Fuck yeah.
But just make sure and try to grow the best you can. Try to make up for light.
The other people are the ones that will tell you that you're growing the best that you can. That's another distinction that I'm learning. It's easy for me to say, this is the best I've ever smoked. But when you get 10 or 12 other people saying, fuck, this is the best I've ever smoked, then that's confirmation. That's worth probably selling the beans, having an outlet to do that. I'm all for that. I mean, I think that's proven market has proven it for you. Sorry.
I still like those Cree cob lights.
They have a
Pre-cob, what do you mean?
purpose. They have a real purpose
Cree.
too.
Oh, Cree cobs. Oh yeah. No, I dig those like crazy. I'm still growing with them right now. So, well, okay, I get my veg is kind of a weird setup right now, but the main light anyway in the veg is still one of my cob lights. I want to move it out to the flower area. I don't think I have time before I go to freaking California, so I'm just going to leave it the way it is. But those lights grow killer cannabis. Yeah, they grow really good stuff. Same thing with the CMH. It's so disappointing. That is literally my light in the freaking garage right now is a dual-ended, a bulb to bulb, basically tip to tip CMH, the 630 CMH. Super
Those,
nice light. Love it.
That's a good pen.
that's a beauty, actually. That's dude.
Yeah,
That's the Cadillac of CMH.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I have like 4 brand new Spider Farmer SE 7000 that I'd be willing to part with at a very reasonable price if anybody's interested. Just saying, since I am talking to somebody in Oregon here, I've used them maybe 20, maybe 36 hours. I just installed them when GML knocked on my door. And so I just took them down and put them back in the box. So they're like brand new. Just saying.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's going to
That's
be hard
out
to
there.
find bulbs soon. I was just looking at Hortilux's website. They don't even advertise their CMH bulbs anymore. And they were crowing about how they spent all this money developing this amazing new freaking better sliced bread, basically, like I was joking earlier. Seriously.
Dude, what a great opportunity, perhaps, if somebody, you know what I mean?
So,
Well, be the guy that has the only place you can get CMH bulbs. That would be.
no, I think it's
Sylvania
literally
will.
a dying technology. You know, the dude and I were talking. I think this is a plausible story. I think basically you get energy incentives. Not only the energy bills are higher probably with the CMHs because you got to air condition and do everything differently. Probably the already challenging reality of being a legal cannabis business is difficult enough. Probably the only thing they're going to do is just basically go to LEDs. You know, yeah. Crazy.
See, efficiency.
It changed like that.
Yeah,
You know, just a
efficiency.
few years ago, people were still talking about, oh, I don't know, LEDs, oh, I don't know if they're good enough, da, da, da,
You're
da.
right. No,
And then
you're right.
basically, literally overnight, it reminds me of the freaking horse and buggy versus cars. You know what I mean? Like basically, people are saying, oh yeah, we're gonna have
Oh,
horses for
yeah.
years. You know, we still technically have horses, but I mean, obviously, the technology of the horse and buggy was superseded in like 2, 3 years, and it
Very,
became all automobiles.
I love that analogy. You're right. There's a,
Did you think about the first time they had to sit down and be like, all right, there's too many people drinking and driving? And made the law like, oh, you can't drink and drive. I wonder how long, like, when they did that.
when it became
70s.
when it became financially beneficial.
That's
Exactly the
crazy.
70s.
We used
I
to have,
find
I've been given ride homes before back in the early 70s by patrolmen. You could actually invite a police guy into your house and not be too worried about it back then.
oh,
Not today. I mean, fuck, if somebody knocks on the door today, it's not like, hey, put on another cup of coffee. Come on. Oh, it's like, fuck, who's here? You know, it's, you know, things are way different. And
it's
so shit, it's fun to
No,
be
it's
able
really
to
it's
look
bizarre
back.
how the culture with basically police has changed, and I think I've seen it myself basically in my own life. There's a very it's no longer likely that you're going to have a positive interaction with the police when you encounter them. You know, when I was a kid, it was likely perhaps because I was a kid, but I feel like even my parents, you know, even though my parents were immigrants, sorry if those text messages are coming through, but even though my parents were immigrants, we always had pretty much positive interactions with the cops. Whereas even as a college kid, I had pretty negative interactions with the cops. Honestly, I've said this before on the show that very wrongfully, my parents had absolutely nothing to do with drugs whatsoever. But my house was raided by like SWAT team raided when I was 14, and that was a very negative experience. I'll have to be honest; they were really, really unpleasant about it. Like there was literally not one fucking drug in the house. Like if you knew my parents, you'd know this was not a joke. Anyway, but it's become more and more obvious as I get older that basically the cops are not really there to be your friend or anything like that. And it was very jarring to see that in many other countries, when you go and travel other places, even in some countries where you have that assumption, like Germany, you're like, oh, the cops are probably freaking Gestapo or whatever. No, the cops are actually really fucking friendly. They'll tell you
KGB.
if you ask them the directions, they'll oftentimes take you somewhere. Like they're not going to drive you necessarily, but they'll walk you around the corner to where you want to go. They're that fucking friendly. In Israel, I got locked out of my hotel one night. So I don't know, Biggest, if you know, but I was basically stuck in Israel for essentially like a month, 5 weeks, or whatever. And one night, my hotel constantly had problems with the goddamn keys. It was just an absolute circus. I finally had to get like a hard key, and then just always play this game where I was always in the hotel before the door would lock later on at night, because my key would always stop working. Well, so sure enough, one time my key to the outside door basically stopped working, and I was literally locked out of the freaking hotel for the night. And this cop basically pulls up in front of the hotel. And mind you, this was already during the war. This was already a few days after the war that's been going on for a couple, 3 months now. And so things were super on edge, basically. The streets were basically empty. Like a lot of people had already been called up, from the reserves and everything else. The whole country's mobilized and stuff. And the hotel that I was in, I was the one tourist left, basically, and the rest of the hotel was filled with refugees, Israeli refugees from, at that time, the south of Israel, because Hamas had been bombing all these towns. And the hotel was filled with, interestingly enough, both Jewish and Arab Israelis from the city of Ashkelon, which is very, very close, like not even 20 miles, 15 miles from Gaza Strip or something. So they were literally just constantly getting fucking rocket fire. So the country of Israel has basically sent all these people from the north and south of Israel into hotels and stuff in other places. Anyway, so it's a pretty tense situation. I'm standing in front of a hotel that the police know is filled with refugees, and the policeman basically pulls up, and I'm like, oh, fuck, this is going to go badly. Because in the US, it would have gone badly. Like, I'm basically standing outside the streets are, and I cannot emphasize how dead the streets are. Like, if you've ever seen a zombie apocalypse, that's how dead the streets were. There was no one on the street, and there's me there standing smoking a cigar, basically being stuck out of my hotel, right? Smoking a cigar in frustration, pretty much. But from the very first second, the cop was like, "Oh, what's up? What's going on?" And I answered in here. I'm going to mute you, Cap. There's a lot of feedback here. What was I going to say? Oh, that was so much. I didn't even realize how much noise that was, Captain. Anyway, so what was I trying to say? I was talking about the cop pulls up basically, in Hebrew, because whatever, it's in freaking Israel. So in Hebrew, he's like, da, 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 da. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't speak Hebrew. I speak English. And he's like, oh, what's wrong? And I'm like, oh, I got locked out of my hotel. And he just starts to calmly ask me some questions. He's like, oh, are you staying with anybody? I'm like, no, I'm by myself. Is there anyone that can, help you get in? I'm like, no. And he's like, are you going to be able to get in tonight? And I was like, oh, I don't think so. It's probably going to be a while before I can get in. And he's like, well, I wish you the best of luck. Just a super friendly guy. Just like, if you need anything, call. I can't remember what the number is for basically their 988, or I don't remember what it is. Anyway, whatever their number is, he's like, call that. We'll be happy to help. Or, we'll pass by. Just, flag us down if you need something. Seriously, like genuinely trying to help. And then just let me, and asked me if I had water. And I was like, yes, thank you. I have a bottle of water. And let me on my way, basically. That would not have happened in the US. I just have to be honest with you. Like, that would have not gone like that. Even if the end had ended up that way, where the cop drives off and leaves me to my business, it still would have not gone that way.
Well,
The guy didn't even ask me for my ID or anything.
in the US, they're trained to kind of trap you within their talking. They're trying to get, like, they're interrogating you from the first moment. Like, the friendly cop they're still interrogating you in the US. They always are. They're always looking for something to lead them into something else while you're talking.
I went to Medellin, Colombia for stem cell treatment back in June, and I was treated like a king. I couldn't believe it. I hadn't traveled in like 30 years. I got locked in the elevator for a few minutes. I couldn't figure out how to work it till I realized it was my card to make it do anything. But I had to wait 10 minutes for a lady to come in and buenos dias, do that. And I go, okay, I got it now. So, but I was treated like a king. See, I'd get like my bill for food for the for the whole week that I was there. $80 American.
I'm about to go to Vegas, and I know I'm already like putting dollars aside a day
Yeah.
for like food and drinks and shit.
It's I loved it, but I'm not much for traveling, dude. That was like 20 hours of dealing with airplanes at different altitudes and all kinds of shit. It's crazy.
It's funny. Some people love to travel. Some people can't stand traveling. And there's everyone in the middle.
I could just get the teleporting thing going. Well, how do we do that?
I
Anxious when I first get there, but once I'm on, it's whatever. I'm in for the trip.
I loved it there. Beautiful atmosphere, beautiful everything was beautiful.
heard Colombia is lovely.
And the stem cell
So
treatment helped a lot. That's why I'm a lot I don't have the pain in my neck. I'd say I'm 65, 70% improved overall. My whole body was they did the whole spine basically. And I just had my 6-month check-in, and I'm very pleased and able to continue to do what I do.
did you have to go to Colombia because that? Did you have to go to Colombia because that was the only place that had that treatment, or because it was the less expensive option, or what?
No, it's that's the only place. It was. I researched
Oh.
it for several years, but you can't get the type of treatment that I got
They banned all stem cell research
in
here.
US. In US, I've pretty much have fired all my doctors. I really have. Excuse me. And just to top it off on that statement, because they weren't really helping me in any way, shape, or form. When I got down to Medellin and I met with a variety of doctors before I got the treatment, they told me I was in very good health. And they kept asking me, why, and you've had quadruple bypass surgery. I go, yeah. And so why aren't you on all this? I go, because it made me feel shitty. And I got into a different, type of eating process, fasting and, just trying to be more healthy. And they were like, good. And then they asked me about cannabis. I said, dude, I grow it. I'm a medical provider. They're like, I go, do I have to stop it? Only the smoking. Do you take the oil? I go, yeah, which I'm doing more frequently now. But that's what got me going more into the oil. I had to lay off it for about 8 months. Even after I came home, I laid off it for another 3 months. You want the stem cells to actually work. And they worked, man. I mean, I could not make a fist with this hand. My left whole neck and everything was so screwed up. I still can't play guitar, but all right, I'm not dropping a gallon of milk and stuff like that. So instead of getting that car that I was thinking about getting, I just invested in this vehicle here. And it turned out pretty damn well. But traveling, I don't know, man. Teleport. Let's get that thing going. Yeah.
I'm with you.
Flying around and shit with airports. God,
Be the shit.
They say
Except you ever wonder, they kind of talked about it in Star Trek a little bit. Are you teleporting a clone of yourself and basically killing yourself in the transporter, or are you actually teleporting yourself? There's no real way to know. Like, are you literally subatomically copying yourself and murdering one Bingus and then creating a brand new Bingus on the other side?
See, I think, a lot of, science, all right, which is, very good, but it's a little outwardly and it separates. But I think it's more about us, all right, learning how to connect our energy with some kind of maybe even organic portal, all right, to do this type of thing that we're talking about. Perhaps even in a vertical multidimensional energy, right? Time is fluid. It's not a horizontal space-time. It's more of a time-space multidimensional experience. And just, every night we're pretty much, if you're dreaming, if you remember what you're doing there, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Only maybe we get to become better at that and become a complete connected human, instead of, now I'm sleeping half the time, right? Or I wish I was sleeping.
Oh, later, Smash. Smash just took off.
Uh-oh, did I chase
Oh,
him
happy
away? Sorry,
420,
buddy.
everybody.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
I
I'm
think he's taking off.
babbling. But
Cheers,
Oh,
everybody.
it's all right.
it might be that type of interface that Star Trek perhaps might be alluding to. Because how far, I forget how far in the future that is, but
About 300 years, 200, and I think the first Star Trek was like 2,240, something like 250 years from now. And then the Star Trek Next Generation is like 100 years after that, so almost 400 years from now.
the soul spirit connection, creating a galactic connection or a universal, perhaps multiversal connection. 250 years, man, that's quite a few generations.
Mhm.
That'd be interesting. Maybe I'll see you guys then. Hey?
Mhm.
I'm gonna pop out, brother. Thank you so much for letting me come up and
Taking out
hang with you.
Bingus? Good
Yeah,
to see
man.
you, Bingus.
Good to
Absolutely
see
good to
all
see
you
you, buddy.
guys. Thank D, man. He led me over here again. But Fumi, you're doing a great job, brother. Take care. Captain,
Well, thank you.
chat room. Peace.
Later, Bingus. Thanks for coming
Good to
on,
see you,
buddy.
Bingus.
Bingus.
Bingus, thank
Long time no
you.
see, man. There's DGC Jeff. Cheers, folks. Cheers, Jones and Two Grow. Good to see you, buddy. Who else in the chat here? Everyone in the chat. Welcome, folks. This is actually supposed to be a takeover, so
Ah,
I might. How are those fresh brains there, D? You enjoying them?
more fresh like always.
Yeah, I
I'm
can
gonna send you the chat.
definitely agree with Bingus about dropping like a gallon of milk. Last night, I happened to drop about a half a gallon of chocolate milk, and I'm still dreading going into my kitchen and cleaning it.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Oh yeah, that sucks. Later, Bingus. Thanks for coming on, buddy. Have a good night.
But yeah, that like hit the floor straight up and down. And I mean, I probably took like enough for a bowl of cereal out of it. And when I finally picked up the jug off the floor, there was probably not even enough for a bowl of cereal left in it.
That sucks.
Yeah, I'm just glad it's not like 110 degrees over here right now.
Oh yeah. I would smash. Oh shit. Something. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey,
Welcome.
up, dude?
Hey,
How
Jeff.
are you? Hey, Cap, Umi, Bingus.
Yeah, that
How
was
you
nice of Bingus to join us for a little bit tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm growing some of the seeds, some seeds I got from him.
Well, I actually
His,
wanted to ask him about, what he was working on,
yeah,
but I'm sorry for making all that noise. I didn't understand I was going to be making that much noise trying to pick a goddamn fruit off of a tree.
Oh, good.
That's an interesting story. I'm sorry for making all that noise. I was trying to pick a fruit off the tree. That's a pretty good excuse, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, I seen the older gentleman walking up and down the row of like apartments over here, and he keeps on coming over and eyeing the fruit. So about once a week, when certain ones get ripe, I pick them off and I go and I take them over to him.
Right on. Now, does that tree fruit all year? Right? Not all year. I know you guys have winter, like colder weather, but does it usually produce all year mostly?
Well, I'm looking at the one that's right in front of me, and I noticed here, let me take you around to the tree, that
Uh-oh.
it's starting to form again. Those little things there, they're starting to form on the tips of this one.
The tip.
And I think I seen one little, there's a couple big green ones on this tree.
Right
And
on.
then this one over here is the one that is fruiting right now that I'm pulling off of.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, they basically fruit for like 6 months out of the year. They
Right
get
on.
about 2 cycles per tree. And then, of course, these are all seedlings of the ones that I've let drop. So I'm going to be digging all these up because I worked out a deal with the local greenhouse around the corner here, and they're going to be taking those off my hands. So
Nice.
I make some money.
Right on. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm getting like $1.50 a piece on the small ones, and if they're over a half meter, I get like I think 80 baht.
True.
But I only have maybe a couple over a half a meter. They're all smaller ones, but still, I have probably 150 of them.
Sweet.
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 in that group, 4 and 5 in that group. A shit ton out there.
Nice.
And then
By the way,
hopefully
Pete,
in March, I've got another flower that's going to pop up. It was before COVID like 2,300 baht, but now they're down to like 1,400 baht.
Huh.
Yeah,
Is that a
they got hot right before COVID, and then COVID kind of killed them because it kind of stopped the transportation of them. But that plant, there's like 30 some different from Asia.
right on?
And it's like a tulip, it grows like a bulb. So I can go out and dig up the bulbs right now.
Nice.
I just don't remember where they're all at.
you would make a poor squirrel.
I sure would. But I know where I put in all my pop though.
What's going on, Jeff? Would you make a good squirrel?
I was wondering, do they really remember where they put all them? Is that how they do it?
I've
Or
heard that
smell
they
it?
don't. I hear that that's one of the biggest reasons why trees get planted is that squirrels only apparently remember like half their burial plots for their nuts. So yeah.
Yeah, it's
Always.
funny though. Plant and pat it. They pat it down, and they almost like look around, like didn't even see that, then hop away.
Super secret nut. What's going on?
But
See it.
yeah, I'm growing the one of yours too, Lime River Rose. I like that
Nice.
too. It was a good I got out of that. Yeah, like that.
Oh, it's a great one.
Yeah. And
Enjoy
I
the
think I
Lime
have
River.
some more pops also. Some other seeds. And, yeah, everything's going okay. Things are going good. Today the weather was really, really nice here in Colorado near Denver. In the 50s and sunny. I was biking actually. Yeah, it was good. Loving the electric bike.
Nice.
Yeah. Great technology. Killer. Yeah, speaking of energy conservation and everything with LEDs and this was actually part of it because there was a rebate for it, so that's why I got it. Right? Oh yeah, I actually did use it to go shopping today too. I picked up something. It was just off the bike trail, and I needed some coffee. So that one thing, I quickly went in. I have like it's not a great lock, so kind of little, it's just the cheapest lock you can buy back actually. So, but I ran and got some coffee, and yeah, it was good. It was the first time I tried that, and yeah, it's good. Found a nice sun visor for my helmet. I have a helmet that's got a visor, but those aren't sun visors. Those are like aerodynamic visors. Those like teardrop helmets. And I got this other one to block the sun. It's like a golfing visor, and then just some kind of thin elastic cord that you can adjust. And yeah, that works really really well with the helmet because it's so sunny here. I've got sunglasses on, but still, you know it's super sunny here in Colorado. 6,000 feet up, over 5,000 anyway. Clear day. Yeah, it was a good find. Yeah, nice day. And New Year's Eve's tomorrow, and I made
Yeah,
a
already
reservation to
today.
go out. Yeah, for you guys, just to get out so we don't have to think about what I have to do. So my wife and I will go out to a restaurant just like early, not get drunk or anything really. We used to do like three-course. They'd have multi-course preset New Year's Eve dinners, but this is just a regular. A lot of I couldn't even find any. So the places I saw around here anyway, they were just having their regular menu. Yeah, that's it. So that's good. Not too eventful, which is good. Almost through the holiday season. Yeah, 2024.
Yep, it's definitely going to be better than 23. It has to be for me. If not, I'm going to go crawl in a hole and hide.
Oh, that green finger.
Yeah, you ain't Captain. Good on green
But
fingers.
it is going to be better. Positive.
I'll tell you, 2023 was a motherfucker of a year. I don't think I could survive a year that was more adventurous than 2023. Anyway, what's going on, green fingers? What's the good word?
Cheers. My phone is being a butthole. Excuse my French. It's really being a nozzle. Yeah. How you guys doing?
Above ground.
Hey, green fingers.
Yeah.
I'm high.
Yeah, that little tsunami in
Why?
California was kind of a wake-up call the other day. I was like, whoa, watch the news. That was crazy. That's wild.
Oh, those giant waves.
Yeah, those giant waves. That shit went, like 10 people got injured. And
What? Where was this? California?
Yeah. Let me look it up again. I read it this morning. I just got high. I just got out of the shower, so I feel extra high because I got high out of the shower.
Yeah, I thought it was just Southern California, but then I was reading something about near Santa Cruz also.
The thing is people, I watch them and they don't understand that getting hit by the water isn't bad. It's when the water goes back out that it's like got 3 to 4 times the force that it hits you with. So people get hit and knocked off their feet, and next thing they know, they're 20, 30, 40 yards out in the water. Meters, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, that there was some ice that some ice came loose with sounded like a couple hundred people in Minnesota or something. I don't know, ice fishing or something. They had to rescue them. That'd be scary too. Especially
Yeah, I
if it just
lived
starts
on Lake
sinking.
Erie, and they would constantly go out and have to rescue people off the lake or post up at the lake to make sure no one goes out because, it's frozen, 100 yards out, but right here, it's not stable. So you're going to fall in by the time you get out to hard ice. And we get a lot of bad storms between Cleveland and Erie on Lake Erie itself. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like the ocean.
Fairport Harbor is actually like the training ground of the Coast Guard. And yeah, it puts them through hell.
Surf's up. All right, Billy.
Yeah, I don't know. Those waves in California though, that seemed like they didn't really explain that
Peace, Phil.
off on anything.
Well, if
I
the
didn't know what that
surfers
was.
are trying to go out and hit those waves, or they be too high for them.
Yeah, I'm sure
Mm.
people are doing that.
I'm sure they were too high. They were just driving farther up to the coast until it started to break lower. And then they were like, yep, here we go. Perfect spot. It only happens here once in a lifetime.
Oh shit, eh? 420 bin got 10 to 20 inches of ice. No snow, but oh well, making good ice. Well, you can have it,
Yeah.
420 bin. I know where you're at. And you can have the
Fuck
ice.
ice.
Fuck the ice. Fuck the snow. Come on, spring.
Ever since I started driving in Cleveland, I always kept a rubber mallet by the side of my house door. So when I came out in the morning, I could beat my car door open because it was covered in a sheet of ice. Living next to Lake Erie sucked.
No doubt, buddy.
We were like a mile away, but man, for like 2 miles, it was nothing but ice.
Yeah. That sucks hardcore. Fuck that.
So yeah, rubber mallet works great, especially when you got a steel body car. I guess plastic now, you just pop the plastic back.
Lone Star Line.
Like to have the,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, D.
Oh, go ahead, Cap. I cut you off, buddy.
I'd like to have one of those new Tesla trucks. You can beat the shit out of that thing.
Oh, of course,
And it's
saying that
bulletproof.
that ice thing happened near him. That would be
There's
pretty
this
scary. I don't know if they're used to that or whatnot, but well, so, like I wonder if you realize it even right away, or if it's just like really loud and yeah, you know it. It's like, oh shit, we broke off. We're free floating, everybody.
I missed that one. And a little bit of other news. There's a guy right now driving around his S-Plaid Tesla. He was one of like the first people that bought it and bought into the program. And I guess he's got like free charging for life on this car and like free warranty for everything. He's gone through like 14 motors on it already. But he's up to like, I forget how many, he's up to like 1.9 million miles for free off a Tesla so far. Because they're giving free charging for like life on his car. He's taken the car through like Dubai. He's taken it through Africa. And that's the way he described it. He said, you know, I had this money there for my retirement, and what did I want to do was travel, and they made this offer and, you know, free charging for life, and I jumped on it.
Wow, Barrington, that's awesome.
Cheers, everybody out in chat. I
Yeah,
can hear some of my birds. I hope you're all enjoying them.
yeah, we can hear them.
Beautiful sunny day here. I
You
did
know, T
have to put
Barrington,
socks on though. My feet were getting cold.
T Barrington paid 500 for lifetime Sirius radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes those lifetime deals are good. Forever stamps. Those they didn't have those what, a long, like back in the 80s or whatever. They didn't have those back then.
Well, there's a
You
lot
know,
of programs that a lot of us don't hear about because they don't figure that someone has, you know, $20,000 or $150,000 to pay an airline to travel for the rest of their life.
yeah,
Like the one airline
they
was
do that.
$150,000 and it allowed you to have 12 round trip international tickets a year and like 36 or 40 trips within the United States.
Even that's a lot, but it's good that it's not just unlimited because that's almost like going to an all you can eat buffet for some people. Like they would
Why
they'd be
drive?
living on the plane. They would just spend as little time as possible on the ground. This would fly somewhere else.
Yeah. Why drive any place if you could fly there and rent a car or you have friends?
Yeah.
But it's great if all of a sudden you have a sick family member and you know it's $1,500, $1,800 a ticket each time you have to go buy one. Well, that adds up pretty quick. You know, that's $18,000 a year to use it 10 times.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, in the time I've been here in Thailand, if I would have had that, fuck. I would have
The
had
unlimited
12
things,
trips.
there's probably going to be a lot of that actually with anything to do with technology. That's like the perfect thing to just give unlimited. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
unlimited calling,
because
unlimited text, unlimited, you play games as much as you want, unlimited gaming, one private music, because yeah, it really doesn't cost them anything.
I was talking to a friend about, you know, he wants to open up a business and it was like You know, we grew up in the days when you had like video stores, and video stores had memberships. Well, when I had my comic book store, I had comic book membership, and you signed up for 5 titles a month to get into this membership, but you got a 20% discount. And
Yeah,
I
that's a good
told him,
thing.
I said, you know, you're opening up a business that, you know, things die and things need to be replaced every 65, 70 days. I said, why don't you like have a membership? And if you buy this clone that's more expensive, you get to buy 5 off of this list that are $15 a piece that aren't listed all the time. And it was like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, that's really good for some people.
well, yeah,
Gotta keep
because
your
you
eyes
know,
open.
you buy
And it's a good
one,
offering.
you buy one high dollar clone, so you get one clone of really, really good quality. And then you have this other list that may have some really, really good strains on it, but they're just not put out all the time. You know, they're kept around, but they're not offered all the time. And just give those out as a discount to those people that belong to that group, club, membership, whatever you want to call it, and just charge them X amount of dollars or whatever.
Yeah, something like that in the future for growers would be
Could
that
you
could be exciting.
imagine? Could you imagine having like the world's largest clone nursery and saying, okay, every 60 days, we're going to send you, you live in Michigan, you're allowed to grow 12 as a patient or 12 as a resident. We're going to send you 12. And you're Ohio, you get 6, but there's 2 of you in the house. So we'll send 12. And for a flat fee, we just send you 12 cuttings of a variety of plants. Some may be a little bit more sativa hybrid, some may be more indica, some may be pure sativa, pure indica. But every 60 days, you get a box in the mail with 12 brand new clones. That'd be a great subscription for a stoner.
Yeah.
You never have to keep a veg library, and you get to try all these new strains.
Yeah, that'd be good. And then, or also if they offered like not as often, and just so you could also keep clones, because I could also see that, so you still want to keep some clones and
Well, that's up to
um,
you, but you know, just as like a nursery offering, hey, every 12 or every 60 days, we're going to send you 12 clones or 16
yeah.
clones because
So
that's
maybe
what
you have
you're
different,
allotted.
uh-huh. Maybe you have
And
different like, yeah, yeah. I don't know, you give them names like, the stoner,
whatever.
the
But clones are not illegal to
the
ship anymore. So only if they're
okay.
getting shipped to possibly a red state. And, you know, well, clones aren't illegal to transport. It's federal.
Mhm.
Clones are clones are ruled under the hemp bill, and so are
Yeah,
seeds, and that's a federal law. And federal laws precede state laws.
right.
You
The
know, a state
banking
can't
thing still
say,
may be
"Oh, your
iffy, but
federal law
yeah.
is no good in our state." No, you can
But
say our federal law is, you know, not right, and you can go and have an election on it. But
if
they're
they
not
ever
going to
get
overturn the hemp bill.
some kind of payment thing, either just banking or some way to do payment,
I thought they
could really
I thought
explode
they
overnight.
did something on that in November, right before they left for Christmas. I thought they were voting on that in the government. It was like on the last part.
They talked
Or
about
did
it.
okay,
Yeah,
so they
yeah,
pushed it off until the next session.
yeah, like one news cycle blip, and I think that that's I do remember them mentioning it.
Yeah.
With everything else
I
they're
mean,
talking about, they're still talking about rescheduling, descheduling.
well, yeah, it's all a
Plus,
pharmaceutical type thing. You know, they're trying to jockey for the FDA and what the FDA should be approving. And, you know, it's just big business trying to figure out which way they're going to make the most money off of it.
I could see them doing it too, though. Like, like, let's say, all right, let's say Biden gets elected, and the economy's not looking great. We've had Bitcoin, we've had AI, and we've had cannabis in the states at the state level. Well, let's bring it in on the federal level, get a lot of taxing, bring in even more commerce going on with it, and keep the economy rolling again. I could see that being something that that could be a way to keep it rolling.
It'd be nice for cannabis to be determined that as a medicine and have our government actually come out and say that, yeah, cannabis is a medicine, because then we could get insurance companies to start picking up for cannabis. It's cheap enough now with $60 ounces, and a lot of people don't care. They just want to get high so they don't have to take a pill.
Yeah, so that'd be rescheduling.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Politics is that's sneaky, crafty shit. I don't really.
They should.
All I know is pharmaceuticals want in on it, and a lot of big companies want in on it, and politicians want in on it, and states want in on it.
Well, that's the thing. You know, my friend is looking at a seed company in a state that's, just gone wreck and has medical, but doesn't allow medical grow, only a rec grow. And, he's talking to lawyers because he doesn't want to get up and move to like Michigan or Oklahoma to do what he wants to do. He wants to do it in the home state and do it, at his house. He's got enough property to build a big pole barn and, do a really nice setup. And he's actually looking at, will the hemp bill protect him in Ohio when he goes to seed out his crop to make his seeds? Because only at that time is he actually considered flowering out a plant into something that has THC in it. The product that he's producing doesn't have THC, but the byproduct does. So that's what we have to look at, or he has to look at, I should say.
Yeah.
So if he can get away with
deciding.
that, then yeah, but he's got
Probably
some
after the
lawyers
election.
and well, he's got some lawyers, and it won't happen until, probably after the election, because it takes time and money. You got to build a building and everything like that. You got to put the infrastructure in.
Yeah, it'll be a big industry though.
He's a old time breeder. I mean, it would be nice to see some of his stuff out. And he's got a name in Ohio, so I think that would even push it more. Now, if you could just get some facilities to start running his stuff, then he could get into the corporate game. Hey.
Yeah, that's where it's heading.
I don't know. If I turned something into corporate, I think I'd be thinking of getting out of it within 4 to 5 years. And I say that because of my age and my parents' age. Because as they get older and I get older, that means I have to take care of them more and more and more. So my time of being able to work would be less and less and less. And come on, if the boss ain't around, the mice are going to play. We always know that. So you always have to be there.
Yeah. How's it look in
Or have it.
Thailand for the coming year? And it just still no idea.
Here in Thailand, it's just you go with the flow.
It's always
Right now everything is moving forward. So that reminds me, I got to make brownies up today.
But the government was still up in the air, weren't they?
They are. And what they've done is they've decided not to do anything until after Songkran. So what they're going to do is they're going to allow the high season to come in and the tourists to come and spend their money. And when the tourists leave, then they'll hold elections. And I think elections should be March, though. Songkran is mid-April. So by the time they get into office in the end of April, they'll start maybe in May, or maybe the elections are in May. So, by next August, they'll probably have some laws. One party wants to go back to medical, and the other party is kind of wanting it open. And then there's still a big majority that just don't want it. I think the biggest problem is the two parties were fighting in the beginning, and they didn't implement a tax right away. And when they went to put that tax and everything through, the other party vetoed, because they had power. They vetoed all of those bills. So instead of actually making laws on it, the other party pigeonholed everything. So Thailand has been legal with zero tax on cannabis. There is no tax on your cannabis.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Come to Canada, you'll pay penny tax.
Go to Cleveland, you're going to pay like 25, 30 cents on the dollar.
Yeah.
Same way with Michigan, same way with California, same with Colorado.
But it's still not that cheap in the stores.
$60 an ounce.
The same price. They're trying to match the same price as places where there are taxes. California weed, this is what they charge in California.
The last trip that I made up to New York, to Seneca, to buy cigarettes, and that's where they began the free-for-all of opening up cannabis shops. All the bud, every shop you would go into would basically have the same strains available. They look all the same and they're all the same prices.
So wow, people must be
They were
making a killing
being
in
fed.
Thailand.
No, they're not.
Some people
No,
must be. No.
five baht,
Did it,
a gram, 5 to 6 baht a gram for greenhouse grown weed.
well, what about like in Bangkok or Phuket?
In Bangkok and Phuket, there's a few stores that are making money, but it's not like they have 100 people coming in a day. They've got maybe 15, 20 people coming in a day.
Yeah.
The shop that I hang out at is actually quite busy, but he sells 1 gram and 3 grams. 1 gram for a price, and then you get a 50 baht discount if you buy 3 grams. And then he only carries like 3 or 4 strains that are above 100 to 150 baht a gram because his clientele doesn't have that money. His clientele's younger and they have 300 baht to spend, 250, and they want 3 grams. And they really don't care as long as it gets them high.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that
And
the tourists though would have money to pay
but the tourists aren't here.
in the big, yeah.
You know,
Well, yeah, I was thinking the big cities maybe. But also
they
there's a
were,
lot of
we were
there's
at
also
like
a
40
huge
million
supply of
tourists.
stores though. It
We
seems
were
like
at
it's
like
also
40. Yeah, there's like 5,000 stores in Thailand.
yeah, just when you were walking around, it was like, oh, there's one, there's one, there's one. So yeah, then there's that too.
Yeah, I'll be going back to Bangkok on, no, wait, I don't go to Bangkok on my return trip. That's right, because I'm flying directly from here. Well, not directly, but the flight I take goes from here. But yeah, the
They
next
need
time I go to
stoners there with
Bangkok,
money. Like if they became a big concert destination for like fish or yeah, certain groups.
no one know what fish is over here. No one does.
Americans
Believe
travel.
me.
They went to see
There
the
ain't that
dead.
many over here.
They travel around the world to see the dead.
Yeah, but Thailand, you're going to go to Phuket and then you're going to
They
run
have some
into the
pyramids there,
Phuket
don't
and
they?
hotel mafia and have to deal
Yeah,
with them. But there ain't nothing here in
I'm
Thailand
joking.
for a big company a big band to come and see. Cambodia and Angkor Wat and doing something at the big Angkor Wat temple. Now that would be something, you know, on the site where they like film Tomb Raider.
So I guess there's Spanibus. What's the big conference over there? Don't they have some kind
Well,
of get together?
there was actually 2 of them in Amsterdam. There used to be what they called the Dutch Cup.
But in Thailand, do they have anything going on there?
Yeah,
Or
they've actually had a 420 event that never happened on 420, really, I don't think. But they held like a 420 event, and they've also
oh yeah,
made that June date. When the laws changed, they made that like a cannabis holiday here in Thailand.
yeah,
But I mean, just like the United States, there's a couple groups that are throwing cups all the time.
yeah.
I think there's an ongoing group that literally every 70 or 80 days they have a contest.
Is
a
there a
growing contest.
big like cannabis type conference or anything like that?
There's a medical conference here, and there's also an industry conference for investors, but no one's making money here.
Yeah.
I got a thing the other day, 40 baht indoor. So you're looking at $1.15 a gram retail. So they're making what? Maybe 20 cents a gram.
Yeah.
Because I figured it out. It was going to cost me about 70 baht or $2 a gram to grow and, keep Athena on it to make sure I don't have insects and things like that. Everything was going to cost me, by the time you worked it out, $2 a gram to grow. Well, that's $900 for a pound. If you're a home grower in the United States, 900 a pound when you have people selling $400, $500, $600 pounds. What the hell? But is it quality? That's what we have to get down to, is a separation of commercial weed and quality connoisseur weed.
It's a long trip to Thailand. I can say that that's probably
Bingus,
a big hang
Bingus
up.
was talking about that. 20 hours in an airplane. Oh, wait a second. You don't live in Ohio and come to Thailand, which is actually 26 and a half hours. And that's like your quickest flight. And
Because
you do
otherwise,
have to switch planes twice.
the Spannabis, it's really, it's like most things, it's a party. And Thailand's a
Yeah,
party then. And for
but
guys
the
going to
thing of it
Thailand,
but
with
cannabis
pot there
isn't,
and women,
yeah.
lay back, warm lit lifestyle and culture, relaxed culture, safe, lots of things to see, your spirituality, lots of
You can
water
eat
too,
for $80
great
for a
food,
week.
healthy, yeah. But
A lot
yeah,
of
it's far away, cheap, yeah. Sorry, D, go ahead.
that's okay. A lot of Canadian people that we know, some of the cannabis people
Come
we
to
know, like Bubble
Thailand.
Man, Bubble Man, Remo, people like that. They all go to the what do you call it? No, it just slipped my mind. The cannabis
MJ?
cup. No, the
Oh,
one you were talking about.
the Dutch cup?
Spannabis. Spannabis. Sorry, yeah.
Spannabis.
They go to Spannabis every year. I wish I can
Yeah.
afford shit.
And cannabis isn't really openly friendly in Spain either.
No.
They hold that event, but that's kind of like just tolerated.
Yep.
If you grow it at home and
Yeah.
smoke it at home, that's fine. Just don't bring it out in public.
Yeah, it's not
Where
legal.
Thailand never made that distinction. And it was the only law that they ever put in was that someone could complain, and then the cops would come and say something to you. And if you got belligerent, then they could write you a ticket for it. But that's all it got to. That, and you weren't allowed to have more than 10 kilos on you.
Just 10
So you
kilos.
couldn't carry, you couldn't carry 21 pounds, 22 pounds. You had to only carry 20 or less.
Carry on 19 pounds. Just to make sure
No,
you're safe.
they were getting weed from Bangkok up here in the beginning, and the guy was actually buying a plane ticket for the bag and setting the bag right next to him on the plane. but he was bringing up 20 pounds at a time.
That's crazy. Now I know in Canada here, with our license, for example, I had a buddy that lives here in Ontario, has a wife and a kid, but he works in BC. So every month to fly home from work from BC for like a week or whatever. But with his medical license, he had like some crazy amount. I can't exactly remember. It was like thousands of pounds or like hundreds of pounds or whatever. But he can carry hundreds of pounds on the airplane or something like that. In
Wow.
the carry on, and it was totally legal for him. It's crazy. So he has to bring all this cannabis back to Ontario and sell it.
Yeah, that's when you buy a ticket literally for the 2 bags that you have, and they say, well, you can't get on with these bags. And you say, wait a second, here's their ticket. And they're like,
Yeah,
oh, okay.
that's crazy though. Yeah, it was
And you
like it
can
was
get
like
about 75 pounds in a duffel bag,
mm-hmm. Where am I on this page?
especially if you compress it and
Yeah,
vacuum seal it.
Dandelion. Welcome Dandelion. This night
But
box.
yeah, just carry one on your back and carry one with you.
Yeah.
Or bribe the guy that's got the little cart to say, hey, take me to my date, please.
Yeah.
Just put it in some garbage bags with a zip tie. It'll be fine.
But yeah, that's the safest way to be able to ship it and travel with it if you're, legal and everything, is just go ahead and buy another ticket and set it right next to you.
Yeah.
If you've got 200 pounds going across, what are you going to do? Oh, I'd like to insure this. Well, what is it? 200 pounds of weed.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Go fuck
Yeah,
yourself, buddy.
I know. I couldn't believe the guy could bring up all that bud back on the plane at the time. And this was before legalization too. This was just medical.
Medical, because he
Yeah.
was getting it all for the club.
No,
That could
no,
happen. That can become more popular.
he was actually getting it from a place where he grew. A place
Yeah,
in
but
BC.
he was supplying a club though. Wait a second, he was going across the border with it?
No, across
Okay.
the country, across Canada.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah,
Yeah.
in the beginning, they were flying out to BC, grabbing bud from BC and taking it to Quebec and Toronto to feed the medical clubs.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what McCormick got busted for in Ohio. He got popped going from California, from New York to California. He got popped with weed in Ohio. And this was like 1996, 97. He got popped. I think it was 96. And the chapter I worked for helped get him out.
Nice.
Go across the border and bring back cases of beer, big stacks.
Yeah, apparently our beer's stronger than the American beer. Well, that's what it was back then. I don't know for now.
Used to be.
Yeah, I don't drink drink much, so I don't know anymore.
Well, here for a while was like 2.1% alcohol, and beer today is like 4%. Real
Okay.
beer. Some are like 8. Your stouts.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys had stronger beer than a lot of the states did.
Yeah. What song are they gonna play next?
I'm kind of dreading my trip to Vietnam because my friends tell me, oh, you're going for a tolerance break.
He's gone. Just so everybody still knows, I'm still listening to the Dead in the background. I'm digging it. Not bad.
That's cool.
I'm watching, well, listening to a live, 72 in Copenhagen, Denmark.
Yeah, 72 tour.
Yeah, man.
I got into a run of 87 shows that were pretty hot.
Right on.
Then
I
my
don't use,
friend calls me up that I haven't talked to in a long time, and it was like, hey, I'm listening to this show. And he goes, yeah, I remember that show. And he says, I only liked the first set though. And I said, yep. So yeah, I got to talk to a good friend over Christmas. That was nice. Come to find out, he's in Las Vegas now.
nice.
Yeah, he's back teaching at the university, so that's cool. He's got a job.
In Las Vegas?
He's got a really good degree, but he's got a cannabis felony, so he can't be making $500,000, $750,000 a year right now. He's just a teacher because of a cannabis felony. And his profession that he went to school for basically 10 years, he can't get into that profession now because of a felony for cannabis. He did just get it expunged, but he still can't get hired because it's government. And when they pull him up, they see that felony still. Even if you get a felony expunged, it's only expunged to the public. If you go for anything that has to do with any type of government or state assistance, they can see if you have that felony or not.
Yes.
Because mine's still visible. And mine's been shit. I basically got charged with my felony, and within a year, I had it expunged. I got sentenced 2 months before Illinois went medical.
Damn.
Yeah, they kept me in jail for a long time, though.
I guess
I
that's
didn't
the kind
see
of
my lawyer for 6 weeks.
that's the kind of thing Biden letting go with these supposedly
He's
pardoning
just
a lot of
blowing
marijuana.
smoke our ass.
Yeah, it's not people that are actually locked up. It's just
No,
the
it
clear
wasn't.
records. Yeah.
And it should be. Everybody locked up for cannabis, as long as there wasn't a violent crime committed during the act of, then they should be allowed out. Period. I mean, cannabis is something that people shouldn't sit in jail for. And it costs us $60,000 to $80,000 a year to keep them in there.
Yeah, you don't hear much about what that industry is saying. Well, prison
Oh,
industry.
no.
You know, like
They
what
were
goes in the
bitching.
back rooms, and oh damn. That
Well,
was our
that's
bread
why
and butter.
exactly. Because at one time during the 90s, I know for a fact that over 1/3 of the prison population, I think it was actually in the 40-some percentile, that there were at least that many people in for nonviolent drug offenses. I think there was actually 50-some with nonviolent drug offenses, and 40-some percent of those were cannabis out of 53% or whatever it was. But there's a huge number of people that are locked up in our country for what would be considered minor drug or
Yep.
not even felonies, convictions. But when they got busted, they were major because of the laws. And the laws change. If the laws change, then someone's sentence should change with it. You know, if a state goes and expunges everybody's prior cannabis convictions, they should immediately release people from jail. The state of Illinois released like 12,000 people when they did theirs. You know, we kind of forget about that. 12,000 people they let go that were in there for cannabis because Illinois was a bitch of a state to drive through. Their cops are crooked, and that's just like what happened to me. It was a bullshit charge.
I've only heard of governors and presidents being able to pardon people. Isn't that really it?
Well, that's who does it.
I mean,
The
and
governor
there used
pardons all the
used to be the
people.
king. It used to be the king.
Well,
know?
we're not governed by a king. Haven't been
Because,
since the 1700s.
Because that's really what it is. Like, you know, basically total forgiveness. I mean, wow. They even pardon a death sentence. Yeah, they'll commute it, they call it. I don't know what the hell that.
Yeah, well, they should commute all the fucking cannabis people too. Let them out.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. Please. But yeah, that's actually really big power. It's like God power. God mode pardons people. But
they let a whole bunch of people here in Thailand out when they did it.
Nice.
They let like 6,000 or 8,000 people out.
They were in there mainly just for possession type.
I have no idea.
Smoking. Nothing serious, I guess.
But the thing of it is 5 years ago, you could go to jail for a joint. You know, I have a friend that can't go back to Singapore. He's Singaporean. He's got a cannabis charge. And every time he goes back to see his parents, he has to piss in a cup. And if he pisses dirty, they can arrest him on spot because he's a Singapore citizen.
Yeah.
And then he goes
they look. Other countries look like us, you know, like they're just another country, but no, it's like something totally different.
And you know, like Bud with the girl from the Philippines, they just had a guy in power that was cracking down on the drugs so hard that if you lived in an apartment building that had like 8 apartments and someone was dealing drugs out of there, they were coming in and arresting everybody in the building and basically taking them off to prison or killing them.
Really?
Yeah, the drug dealers were getting killed left and right. But everybody in the building would be
harsh.
charged. Yeah,
I guess
they
they could
finally
say,
got
well,
him
you
out of
must have
there.
known. You must have known. You should have ratted on them.
That's what they say. That's why they put him in jail too. You were just as guilty as them. Even though you weren't profiting from it, you knew about it.
Yeah, that's another level.
But I have been told I shouldn't have any problem finding cannabis in Vietnam.
So are they strict there?
They're, yeah,
Strict is illegal.
it's a communist country.
Yeah. I mean, I
They're
would
ruled
think
by the
Vietnam,
government.
like you're lucky if you get out alive, depending on where you go. It's kind of, as much as I know about it, sounds like, oh yeah,
Well, the South isn't bad
just
because we've
don't go
always been
traveling
there.
around by yourself.
But the
Smoking weed.
North can be an area that you don't want to travel uninvited into certain areas. Because I was warned about going up there hunting for cannabis. And one of my friends that lives there says, hey, don't think about going up the North unless you know somebody, because you're going to be shut out, or you're going to have a group of them come visit you at night saying, what the fuck? So don't even try. He says the South, they're more open, but you're still going to get shut out. And I guess the weed isn't really that great, especially in the South. I have been told the weed in the North is a little bit better and a little bit more towards my liking.
You going there to try and find some seeds or some
No,
connections?
I'm going there for a holiday. My aunt gave me $500 right before COVID hit. And I was going to, at the end of March, go to Vietnam for 2 to 3 weeks. And COVID hit, and they shut down all the countries, and I just never made it. So now I'm going to make it. But a country later, it's not my 47th, it'll be my 48th, because I was in India.
Oh, India.
Yep, a dirty place, and I don't want to go back.
Thank you, sir. Come again.
You're a world traveler. Yeah. Do you drink your own water when you go to these places?
I drink bottled water.
Yeah, bottled water. Yeah.
Elephant water.
Yeah.
India.
Yeah.
I support Pepsi all over the world. They should give me a sponsorship.
This is Captain 420. Drink some Pepsi.
And Woodrow's bourbon. I don't need the expensive stuff. Just send me the $60 bottle stuff. That'll be fine. One a month. I'm not a big drinker. But I've been taking the hell out of Valium, I'll tell you that. Holy shit. I am so happy 2023 is done. Put a nail in that coffin. It was just a shit show of a year.
What makes you think 24 is going to be any less of a shit show?
And bud.
Holy
because
shit,
in my
isn't that the election? Holy fuck, it's going to get whacked.
Because in my life, the 4, the 5, and the 6 year have always been really, really good to me. And I've had enough bad shit happen to me and my friends over the past 3 years. It ain't even funny.
Yeah, well, I'm all for it being a better year than this 23, but like, there's not a lot of reason. Like,
You have to have positivity, brother.
okay,
Positivity.
okay, I'm all for that. I wake up every day with it, but I just also have to face reality sometimes. That it's nothing to do with you
Is that when you have
personally.
to shovel the
It's
shit?
just like a lot of this isn't created by you personally. It's created by this. Yeah, I think the negative is almost outweighing the positive on Earth overall. Like where even over the last decades, it's been climbing, but oh no, the good outweighed the bad. I think we're
Yeah.
like getting to this point where no, the bad's outweighing the good. That's what we're living in. Slowly but surely, you just accept it. You just accept it. It's not like, oh, it's the reality. Like, oh, is any of that shit gonna change? No.
Oh,
They're gonna keep squeezing every motherfucker. That's what they're not doing. And if you're not one of those people squeezing, well, start swimming.
Yep. How you doing, bud?
Hey, bud.
I'm having a good one. It's raining,
But
so my 4 or 5 hours on the ranch was muddy and oh fuck. But all right, no big deal. It's supposed to clear up tomorrow. And now I'm headed to the shop because of course my two partners are gnarly surfers. And I think it's been like 3 days, maybe it's the third or fourth day of like we're talking like maybe historic, like, oh, they'll talk about some of these waves. It was 20 foot at Black's Beach yesterday. And fuck, dude.
Wow.
The swell has been epic, and they've both been like pounding it out there and too tired. Well, no, whatever. Hey, they covered for me when I had a hernia for like 5 months and only could do minimal. So now I have to make up for it. You know, that's part of it too, you know. So I got all my shit done, which isn't easy, in time to go back to my other place where I have my system set up that has like good speakers and an amp. And I caught the fish openers and part of Bobby, but Billy's strings went like ballistic from the gate, like all the way to the last fucking note. Yeah. Tonight was all his songs mainly. Like last night was all traditional music mainly. And who knows what tomorrow's gonna bring. It's like I don't know, they're in costumes from like the 20s and shit. Like it's a masquerade ball or something. But it's been epic. I know I'm not the only one watching it. I should have put it in the like I'm a subscriber, so I get the video for free. But if you go to nugs.net, nugs like NUGS, all these nights there's an audio feed, so it's high quality soundboard audio from them, the same that's on the video. But yeah, it's free to all users. I think you might have to have an account, but you don't have to pay for nothing. And yeah, tomorrow night's New Year's.
Yeah. New Year's tonight.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, my
I'm
girlfriend's in the
11
Philippines.
hours. 11 hours, T minus.
She went from Abu Dhabi to home in the Philippines for, I guess, almost 3 weeks. And when she called me a few hours ago, it was already New Year's for them. Yeah, or it's coming up on that. I'm like a little behind, but whatever. Happy New Year. But yeah, I don't do Christmas, but New Year's big.
Oh, kitty cat.
What's happening, Green Fingers?
Well, I like this song.
So
How's the night treating you? Is it raining out by you too?
what? It's warm. We got a warm day and it's like dry and
Yeah, well, I've lived in this area for a long time. Oh, when the waves get good, that's because there's a swell that comes off of some kind of storm. Okay, most of the time that storm rolls in. So yeah, we're at the roll in of the storm part.
yeah, you guys
Patchy,
got the storm.
though,
Shit.
when it comes down, it is something pretty good, which you can't complain because I know that even what they say is our average now is 14 inches. When I first moved down here, it was like 22 inches. Because like the scale, it only goes back so many years. So if you look at it like at a 20-year average, it's more like over 20 inches of rain is normal. But when you look at it at 10-year average, they got it down to 14. In a couple of the years, previous years, we didn't even get like 7 or 8. So when it does rain, even though it's like, yeah, I don't like it, but you can't complain about it because well, you want to be scared to death because the fire's going to burn down everything and then have no rain. That the years that we had like no rain were the years that like it was like a tinderbox, and there were fire after fire, like ones that and then if your area hasn't burned, oh, it's next to. That's how that.
Yeah.
That's the rule. That is the rule.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like part of. Oh.
Yeah.
And I've been here like 23 years. So, they can say what they want about whatever, but whatever weather patterns have changed, and kind of a little bit slowly. So you have to
Man, roboting.
Yeah, fucking dead area.
Change that. Oh, I don't know. I didn't know that. Because I'm actually in the more populated area right now.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it is. Too many fucking people.
Too many people using the phone at the same time. Yeah. I chopped down that Mendo breath banana god finally after 130 days. Thing's
wow.
It's so heavy. It got so big. The branches started breaking. It's so resinous. So beautiful. Beautiful. I want to go touch it. I want to go touch it.
I don't want to go touch it.
And just because my
That's
fingers
what
stick
she
together,
said.
and pull it apart, like,
Mopped.
yeah, just from cutting it down, got all sticky.
No comment.
No, you should. So, how many people use gloves when they trim or cut down a plant?
I don't have gloves.
Gloves.
I don't even know what those are.
Like today,
You're roboting, bud.
Really bad that time.
Yeah.
trimmers leave these like hash balls. They take some of them, but sometimes they leave them. And today, Sam, earlier I was there and he's like, "Oh, you want any of those? Grab them." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't want other people's skin cells." And they're like, "Oh no, all the trimmers wear gloves. They do." Like,
That's cool.
but myself, because I don't really care about smoking my own skin cells. Fuck, that's yourself. But if you know anything about debris, dust, skin cells, oh yeah, we're wallowing in them. So I don't think you don't smoke skin cells.
Yeah.
I hold it by the stalk or the stem when I trim.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
I
me too.
had like some scopes over the years, and the one thing why I don't bother looking at it anymore, because you really don't want to see, like, a lot of it's like dust, basically. Even you have filters, carbon filters, you can do all these things, but yeah, and a sealed room. So, but no, dust is like, yeah, air grime, I call it, dust.
Dust is everywhere.
Yeah,
Anywhere we go, we're flaking off.
yeah, yeah. Like
Flaking off so much skin particles.
during COVID, they kind of like educate you a little on like your breath and the micro particles or whatever they called it. Shit's floating around, and that's just part of. Yeah, that's why you get boogers in your nose and you blow your nose. Your nose is like a filter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember we used to spray paint, and our noses would turn all different colors. Whoever had whatever color spray paint, that's what color our nose would be. And be like, what the hell? Gotta start wearing a mask.
Yeah,
Didn't even think we're
yeah,
breathing
that's
nothing
the
in.
good shit. Spray paint fumes.
Yeah, I used to do that for work all the time. I have to like re-spray paint something. I'm like, yeah, we don't have no mask. Not a good look. Have like different color nose hairs, especially when it's white paint. Not good. I was like, dude, you got something in your nose. It's like I was painting. It's like, yeah, right. That's really white paint. It's like it is. It really is.
All right, made it.
Oh, I gotta get out of the sun. Hey, there's still a kitty cat.
I want to get out of this goddamn cold.
All right, I got everything I need. Oh.
Pink Panther is strong.
Some days I think I'm almost 61. I know some people like in the late 50s that they can't do half the shit I do. But some days I feel like I'm getting too old for this shit. I gotta be honest. I just had that moment.
Ow. Yeah, you look like a comfy kitty.
What's the solution? It's not working.
Oh,
I hate this small shit fun. Okay.
That's finally working. Ooh. I was waiting for my phone to update or whatever it's trying to do. Load a page. This whole time. Like for 40 minutes, I feel like. What time?
I hate when my phone
Exactly.
updates.
42 minutes. 43 minutes. Dang. Really waiting 43 minutes for that to happen. Since I jumped on here, I've been waiting for my phone to show a picture. Come on, just do it. Just show it, please.
We'll leave you guys outside.
Decide what seeds I'm getting for my birthday. My last seeds. Last seeds. Or last.
Oh,
I know I got 1,000 in the top, but like This is just like the last one for
Fuck.
like me ever having to buy seeds
Shit.
ever again. Like, literally.
Nah, I got
Ow.
you, Robert.
I have so much amount of stuff I have to grow now. I have like 14 different, 15. I don't even know how many crosses I made this run.
You got to grow this lemon G times East Bay.
I got lucky.
There's some really winners in it.
25 crosses that I
I
have
know.
of my own that I have. I won't get to those for a long time. But I got to get to these ones in this box. And there's 5 in one and 7 in the other.
I'm a couple seed packs away from 1,000 new crosses.
Nice. I haven't thought about this next run. I'm going to do nothing but flowers. No proper thing. But then I'm going to just take a
come
check,
over.
put them in the greenhouse and hit them with pollen. So
What
I
the
don't
fuck
have
is
to see indoors this time.
Damn.
All the
I had to go back to
betting
my
com-
car. I have a flashlight, but I couldn't put the combo in the gate. It wouldn't work. And then I went and got my reading glasses, which is like, what the fuck? That's part of fucking getting old. And yeah, somehow I had it. I had the number like a little bit off where I was pretty sure I was on, but no.
Aw.
Ones and sevens. Yeah,
Yeah.
ones and sevens fucked up.
Yeah. I
That's
can't do
fun.
anything without my glasses. I'm really useless without my glasses. When I went to jail, they made
Eight.
my glasses off. They took them away from me. I can do nothing in there, bro. I was so freaking.
Yeah, I don't have any. I just use reading glasses, but I should go see the
I had a chance to get the laser stuff when my grandma was alive because she was a baller. She's like, "Yeah, you can get whatever you want." And I was like, "Nah, I don't want that.
That's
I
fun.
don't want laser surgery on my eyes."
I think I was thinking about doing that here in Thailand because it's only like $2,300.
Only.
Yeah,
Wearing a freaking clown mask.
$2,300 and wearing glasses all the time.
I like
2,300
glasses.
is a small amount to pay.
It makes me feel like I'm hidden. So when I take them off, you don't know who I am. And then when I have them on, it's like, yeah, you still don't know who I am. It's like you still don't know who I am. I got the glasses. I'm fully hidden behind them. I look like a whole different person without them. It's crazy. Seems to magnify my eyes a lot. Like a lot. I have little beady eyes. They make them look all big.
They make them look all good.
My glasses do make my eyes look all huge. It's like,
The big Mr. Magoo glasses.
pretty much. And I haven't got updated for a very long time. And the last time I did go, the doctor said, "How did your eyes get a little better?" I was like, I'm not getting no freaking new glasses every year. That's how they got better. Made them work. Made my eyes actually have to work. So,
Oh, hi.
it's not updating now. My internet's freaking slow. At least this connection's still working.
Well, I could say this about eyes. If we're talking about growing, if I was to have to say, okay, I've never wore eye protection in grow light rooms.
I would have started.
Well, I like, we have them, but like now that I can barely see. Even while I come here at night, even though we have these like headlamps and shit, because the lights come on. I can't. There's no way I'm gonna fucking stumble around in the fucking half dark. Even because I used to, but as you get older, that's part of it. Maybe some of my, I couldn't say that my eye, yeah, in the last like 10 years has gone downhill vision, right? But if I was to tell somebody that was doing this, I'd say, yeah, fuck, I don't care if it's LED, HPS, CMH, fucking fluorescent. Yeah, fuck, protect your eyes. Like, because the time adds up. The time adds up. Yeah. Can't be good. Like, oh, if there was OSHA rules and shit, and they would probably have like actual data to support their thing, they would say that, oh, that shit's mandatory.
Oh, I know this song.
For protect employees, right? Like in a legal grow, I'm pretty sure, yeah, that would be something. Because like even if there's legal grows that aren't making their employees wear stuff like that, if an employee works for you for like 10 years and then can go and say, yeah, I have eye damage now. Oh, that's like a workman's comp thing, you know, like that's part of like having paid employees and shit. That's what makes having employees expensive, right? Unemployment, workman's comp, all the shit that goes along with it. And just because everybody's homies and grow buddies and shit, hey, a job's a job. And I'm sure there's the same statistic that goes for other jobs are happening within the, you know, Jungle Boys, whatever brands that have employ like, you know, 100 people and stuff. Like it's just somebody, you know, gets hurt, slips, whatever. Oh, now they're suing you for it.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to corporate. If you want to run a business and have employees, you got to pay.
Well, I mean, isn't like I don't have much experience with it myself, but like a paycheck, like
X
has
amount of employees.
Like when you say taxes, oh, when you look at your check, oh, there's so much taken out. Oh, that's just a couple bucks. Well, depending how much you make, for workman's comp. Oh, they have unemployment. Like it's not like they're giving you free money when you file unemployment. It's money you put in. Right.
They told me, guess what?
Oh, your
you
Social
don't have
Security.
enough money for Social Security disability.
Yeah, that's the main money you pay. Oh, well, hey, I didn't have when we had our fruit business for all these years, we both would file our taxes under the business as like employees of the business. Right? That's how and that was like 20 years of that. Yeah. And then my accountant was smart, like, oh, we could have maybe paid less. And
but
maybe
then you wouldn't have gotten it.
I might have been short of being 100% vested. But yeah, okay. I mean, that might help me out in another few years. I don't know. I mean, I know it's just like the lottery to
Well,
me,
you got
right?
Social Security coming up soon.
Yeah, but I get this notice every year from them, and it tells you you're vested in it, and then I'm still years away from being able to. You get 63, I think, is the first year you can take it, right? And if you take the money at 63, you're only getting this like low amount, right? But if you wait till you're 67, oh, then it jumps up and you get like more of an amount, right? Which is like, yeah, that's like the lottery. Oh, you win the money, but oh, you want it all now? Well, we're only giving you like a third of it. Now, oh, if you want it over 20 years, you get the whole thing, right? It's like the same scam, right?
My mom worked till she was 67 in a factory.
And
she was the last female to do that job.
When you hear in Washington and all this shit, when they talk about the entitlements and wait, those are not even solvent at the moment. Like they're like they're predicting that if they don't come up with some fucking kind of miracle, right? Uh, those things are like going to fail, right? Like, which they can't, but oh, they could. Um, as crazy as it it is for these people to make a compromise, but that's because they blew the money. Yeah, where's the money? Like people paid in for fucking like from the beginning of time, and then somehow, oh, whatever year they have some prediction, it's coming up, right? That oh, there won't be any more money. So the people that paid in now, and some of that's because certain amount of old people, yeah, the numbers aren't right. Like that's
Well, the numbers aren't right because there's so many people that aren't working and getting other government subsidies so they don't have to work, so they're not paying into it. Because for all those years, it was like, okay, they're going to pay into it for X amount of years. And then we're
well,
just
here's
going
what
to
I think.
use that money that we collect every year to pay off those people.
These are like the big numbers in the budget. I think if we could just dial back military spending like one third, okay, let's just dial that back one third. It's close to $1 trillion. Let's get it down to like half a trillion a year, right? We could take money from there, and then all these things that are like, oh, we don't have it, a social network, we don't have this, we don't. Oh, it would easily be there, easily. I'm pretty sure. Yep. I could be wrong. The number, like, oh, it's a lot of big numbers when you get to this stuff, but oh no. But just to even bring up cutting back the military, oh my God, that's a death sentence if you're a politician. I don't care who you are, except like maybe a couple fringe people like Bernie or something will say that, but no one else dares to say that. Okay, either side. All right, cut back the military. Who are you talking to? That's like
that's who pays us.
Yeah, and oh, whatever we're involved with, I don't even know lately, but I know that oh, now we can't help them militarily. We just give them money out of the military, like from the military. Like we have the biggest military, but we can't use it. We can't help you with it. So we'll just give you like enormous amounts of money.
Yeah.
Like that's what's happening. That's what's happening in both situations, right? Oh yeah, no, we can't get involved. Even though we could fucking like, come in and wipe this shit up real quick. Well, we might not be able to wipe shit up real quick. It would escalate, and who the fuck knows? And but that's the part of like, well, wait, having a military so massive that like the next 7 countries combined don't even come close, right? And then it not really being able to be like, what's the good of it? Other than, like, okay, well, if we had a smaller one, we would still be all right. That's what I think. Now, there's some pro-military people that could probably argue that point, but
Everybody's smoking on.
shit. You know what? Earlier I was here. Somehow we lost the slaps like a year ago or less than that. But we got it back from some. That's why you share with your friends. And this was like the first batch, like a whole bunch. Man, that shit is fucking fire, dude. And it's some people might look at it and think it's like a got purple. But the purple on the slaps isn't red based purple. It's blue based purple. Where if I was to like say, oh, that weed isn't purple, that's blue. Like it has a tinge of blue. Like a little bit of purplish, maybe, yeah, it's not green. So it's more, comes from perps, I think, but it's more of a blue. I don't know what the lineage of the slaps is. SLAPZ, which I
Runt,
don't know what the Z
runt and
means. I
grease
know there's
monkey.
one with S.
Runt
Huh?
and grease monkey. Runt and grease monkey. It says.
Okay. Oh, the grease monkey.
Grease
That's what
monkey is
makes
pretty
it.
awesome. Yeah,
Yeah. Mm,
gorilla in it.
yeah. It was weird.
Grease monkey
I
some good
have
shit.
I have a
This
smoker
one's
An
patient guy.
Afghani.
He's a real smoker. He's been my guy for like 20 years. In 20 years, there has to have been 100 different varieties. He likes different varieties, right? Like a year ago, somehow he got a couple. Well, he always gets 4 at a time, and then I hear from like 3 weeks later for 4 more, right? He just smokes it. He's like a horse trainer dude, um, Brazilian guy. But like I say, sometimes he would tell me ones that he liked more. Never complained or wanted to exchange them back. Somehow, and it was the firest batch. That wasn't the question because, oh, I remember questioning, like, what? This shit's fire. All right, I'll trade it back. Which one do you want? Right? He didn't like the slaps. Right? And so I just told my partners, they know, dude. He's in our friends group. I'm like, yeah, dude didn't like that. I exchanged it for him. He said it didn't get him high. Right? Now, we've never had it tested, but the guy that works at the legal place that produces these strains, that is how we have these cuts, says that one always tests in the mid 30s or over 30%. So it's like high THC, right? Where the other ones are probably decent amount of high, THC, but maybe not in the 30s, right?
Yeah.
Where that might be an example with this one old guy that's been smoking way before he's older than me, right? Yeah, that the THC shit that's super high in THC didn't get him high. He didn't like it. Now, somehow it's like, oh, we like map out which clone. Like when I walked in, checked on the clones. We don't just willy-nilly take. We take certain numbers to fill certain space of certain things. And that's when I said, oh, we lost slabs. It was a knee-jerk reaction by homeboy partner because I said, yeah, man, one customer. And then when all of a sudden we realized it was sort of accidental, whatever, like we didn't take clones of it. But, next thing you know, we look around, we don't have it. It's gone. Oh, fuck. Because there's a whole bunch of people that fucking love the shit, right? But yeah, it was like a little missing communication where, because one guy, that's why I call it a knee jerk. Like one guy whose opinion should matter, but that's where you like I've learned with customers, patients, whatever. I've learned not to put my own influence on it at all because it's always surprising that things that I don't think are that great. A certain
Other
group
people
of
love it.
love it. It's like yeah. I mean, so it's and as being a grower, I realized this a few years ago when I started having all these different varieties. That most of my people have been long term. They only get they. It's not like part of even how I do my thing is I never when certain people need something somehow they don't I don't ever say I don't have any. Like that's how you have people that only get your shit for 10, 15 years. Right? That's what's important about perpetual and multiple perpetual. But yeah,
monocropping.
You can't influence. And
I mean,
and then what I was
I
going to say
don't
is I
like
realized
lemon G.
that a lot of these people have, because for many years I never even considered what they would like. I only grew what I like, right? Like that's what I chased. That's what I kept. That's what I was pushing out. But then some of those same people now, it's decades later, I realized, oh, they don't like the same thing I like, right? A lot of them, yeah, they use different terminology, but basically they're looking for daytime high.
Yeah,
I don't know nothing about that shit, Dad. But
that's why they like the lemon G. It gives them a daytime high with a little bit of a body buzz, a little euphoric feeling.
I had, just now I realized, yeah, I haven't smoked any flower in a couple hours. No, whatever time Billy String started, that was like 6 o'clock, right at 6 o'clock. It's whatever time. I had a smorgasbord of the dabs, rosin and full melt. Like I have 8 flavors. I don't even know all the names of all the flavors. But during Billy Strings, I took one dab at the first part of the first set, got so fucking ripped, and then toward the end of the first set, took 2 dabs, small, low temp, really savored the flavor, got super baked on it, like so fucking high. And then, yeah, the second set did 2 more, and now I'm here. And I was so fucking high, still am. Sometimes dabs hit you like that, because if I smoke dabs every day like that, trying to get that out of it, oh, it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
It would just get, yeah. I've come to realize that like I gave up. I didn't smoke dabs for like 5 months when I had the health problem. And then when I started smoking it again, I'm approaching it different. Yeah, like, and I've realized, oh yeah, even if I smoke weed every day, that's something else. Like that's like baseline. Yeah, that the dab thing's like on top of baseline. It's not like I wake up in the morning and go, well, let's just start the day with dabs. No, no way, no way. Most of the time, I'm groggy and waiting for the coffee, and I'm glad that the joint from last night is still like lightable, whether it's a half or less even. And I'll finish whatever's I left because I'm not lazy. I'm just not ready to roll a fresh one. After the coffee and 45 minutes, and then I'm like, oh, all right, where are we gonna go? What heavy hitter? And even if I have daytime recharge and know, oh, maybe I should start on that.
No.
Like I remember knowing when I used to pump out OG and a few other things, this really fucking gnarly OG. Don't fucking smoke that shit first thing. Like it'll fuck you up. You'll lose all motivation and you'll be couch locked. And most days, somehow that would be what I would start with. Because I'm a glutton for punishment.
Man.
So I started watching another concert now.
Which
76
one?
Grateful Dead.
Well, you should just jump into the ones they posted during COVID, which a lot of that's unreleased from
I'm
the
watching.
modern era where they have like better technology. It's weird. sound was pretty damn advanced. Like there's recordings from music in the 50s and 60s that is phenomenal, right? But you go back and look at the photography or video, like whatever it was. Oh, even into the 90s, and the first level of stuff we had was I also get an example of that in surf clips and in skating. Like some of the most vintage fucking pool shit from back in the day is shot on like,
This is black and white.
yeah, that's the Capitol or something.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. You got it.
I know every show. I know every show.
I was
Especially, yeah.
impressed with
Like if you say a year, and then I'll tell you if there's like an actual footage video of in that year, because a lot of those years there's very limited, but it's still
August
good.
31st, 1978.
Oh.
I believe
Hey,
it was the
like this
first
is a
Sugar Magnolia.
Yeah,
That's
and
a
you know
birthday
what?
show
If you
for me.
enjoy it, a good one, and they spend a lot of money making it. There's more to it than just them playing. There's a thing, and it's on YouTube called the Grateful Dead movie, right?
Uh-huh.
And the opening montage of animation is like some of the most psychedelic shit you'll ever see. They made that in the 70s. It was their attempt at this movie, but it's just it's a concert at Winterland, which was like an old skating rink in San Francisco that Bill Graham. Oh, some of the most epic shows in rock and roll happened at Winterland in the 70s.
Who's the guy in the back there? Is that Jerry Garcia with the beard?
Well, Jerry had a beard. That's
Bobby
Phil.
had a beard for a while.
That's
Yeah, because I don't
Jerry.
know.
That's
Okay,
Jerry playing guitar. He plays lead guitar. Bob plays rhythm guitar. Phil plays bass. Mickey plays drums, and Billy plays drums. And at this point, it's Keith Gottschalk on keyboard.
And his wife Donna singing.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm digging. This is the second one. This is the second full live concert I watched tonight.
Well, if you go to their YouTube, Grateful Dead's official YouTube, oh, they've been really generous. They've been digging shit out of the vault. Like,
I'll check it out.
There's a show from '89 and some of the '90s that was shot with like quality cameras and stuff like that.
Well, I'm digging a lot of this older music right now. Pretty good. Big Force Christoph.
Yeah, well, I'm a Deadhead, so like all that stuff is like my core. Yeah.
Right on, man. I never really listened to the Dead before. Maybe one or two songs.
I don't know how.
Song. I actually knew one song.
What? Sugar Magnolia Truckin', most likely.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. No,
all
right.
I know. That's like
some people from another generation. They're what we call touch of gray heads.
The gray.
Because the Dead weren't
86,
weren't that popular, but then they got a hit song called Touch of Gray, and what do you call it? MTV covered and made this video, and then there was a rash of new fans that made it.
Yeah,
the whole scene was like bulging and like, oh, and then the response to that was, oh, we play at bigger venues. So next thing you know, you're at these giant coliseums with massive amounts of people. And even with that, there weren't enough tickets, or people were gate crashing and every other crazy thing.
I listened to a lot of classic rock and roll, but it wasn't until basically the Touch of Grey album came out and I couldn't get it out of the tape deck of the car I was driving for the whole summer. And it was, I had it, I think I had the tape for like 4 months. And then in July of '88, the guy I was staying with said, "Hey, these guys are going to go see the Grateful Dead tonight. You don't have to work tonight or tomorrow. Why don't you go to Buffalo to Orchard Park and go see the Grateful Dead with them?" And I said, "Sure." And I basically got on then.
Hey, so as a Deadhead, I lived my life by Grateful Dead music since I was, well, I was like full on Deadhead by the time I was 15. I'd seen them once before that, but right, it might have been like my fifth show. It was during this run of 3 weeks at the Warfield in San Francisco in 1980. And it was like one of the first time. No, it was the first time it was a seated theater. I had seats, I had a seat like real close to Jerry. Like, maybe like in the front 10 rows, right? Got a real, like right there he was. And there's a song called Franklin's Tower, right? And I was like dozed or whatever I was, right? But I remember, and I'm like a 50-year-old kid, troubled, whatever, raised in a drug addict home, all this shit, whatever. Like confused, we'll say the least, right? And Jerry looks and he goes, there's a line in Franklin's Tower. He goes, when you get confused, just listen to the music play. Right. And I was like, on the right drug at the right moment, that clicked and like became like okay, that's a rule. Okay. Right. So in the last year with this house my landlord getting foreclosed on and whatever, all these changes, whatever. Right. And even now that I'm like a full-fledged fucking ranch hand on this most beautiful ranch with fucking so many animals that I love and have this whole other, like, I'm happy there as fuck, right? I realized that just like Jerry said in 1980 when I was 15, like even when this transition was going on over the last months, and there was times where, oh man, I was like, fuck, what am I gonna do? What's gonna happen? How's this gonna work? I never tripped on that shit because I live in the flow. Like I passed all that shit. Like I've done enough good that good's coming. I mean, that's how I live, right? Yeah, it was a repeated example of like, oh, when you get confused, listen to the music play. And then all the things that like helped me to like guide me to the forward were all other things, not just from Grateful Dead music. Like at this point, like I haven't missed a Billy String show in like at least 2 years, where I haven't missed one because they stream every fucking one. Some of them, if they don't stream it video, they post the audio on this mixer thing, right? There's always and then he's like the Dead, where there's this rolling message in the songs, the meaning of the songs, the different breakout songs they play, right? That is like, if you listen, you can get right in line with that. Like it's marching orders and then like live within the music. You could think I'm fucking crazy, but like that's what like hardcore Deadheadism really is, right? It's like, and I've listened to
yourself.
So much of that music, especially Dead, because like, I was a taper. We traded tapes. We just constantly had it on. Now, my car, it's in Sirius. So there's always some great fucking show or stuff there. Oh, I do my share online too. There's times when I like feel like I need a certain show or whatever. I know certain shows that say certain things. So sometimes you have
Yeah,
to be reminded. Like there's other songs that like, oh, Addicts of Your Life. Oh, that's like a real fucking heavy song, right? Like, oh, you should listen to that song. Listen to what he says in that song. Uh Fuck, comes a time like, oh,
Loser.
some of these songs might seem, oh, well, it's slow ballad, whatever. Oh, the beauty of Jerry is he was always the storyteller, right? And somehow, yeah, it takes a while. I get it. Like I've been doing it my whole life, so all these lyrics, I've like, hey, there's these books that like
Cheers.
scholars and people in college have like done. They're called annotated, like Grateful Dead, where they take every song and every phrase and trace back like the
The
characters,
different.
the the history of the words, the oh, because none of this shit is new, right? Like that's oh, it's hard to explain. Like they're just carrying on this ball of energy that's like raw, like real music. You know what I mean? I don't know. If you're not a
And then
deadhead, or you would never understand. But if you're listening to it, hey, it's never too late. I know that.
the Deadheads even take it even farther, and they'll break down which shows have alternate verses, like Paint My Masterpiece. In like
Yeah,
81, 82, 83, they would change up the verses in that.
and like Masterpiece, that's Dylan's song. But you know, the Dead took it on for many years, and I probably played it at levels that Dylan only dreamed that song would be played at. A lot
Yeah.
of songs they did were Dylan songs because oh, Dylan wrote some serious shit. Don't count that guy out.
Fuck, I hit it.
Dylan played a whole run one year, one summer, where the Grateful Dead was his band. And I think those are probably
Well, no,
the
that tour was
best
called.
sounding Dylan tour
Well,
ever.
wait. No, that was called Dylan Dead Tour,
Dylan
and
and
then,
Dead.
but the original Dylan Dead Tour, Dylan's band was Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, right? And then they would open, and then with Dylan, and then
Tom
the
Petty.
Dead would play, and then Dylan would come out and always do like 2, 3 songs with the Dead. But there was a tour it was open with Tom Petty and Dylan, and then it would turn into the Dead. And yeah, they've collaborated at different
And then
times.
they did like a run of shows that
Yeah,
they were Bob Dylan's backup band.
yeah.
And it's that run of shows that I'm talking about, that those were the best Dylan
Well,
shows I
even
think
some
I've
of
ever listened to.
the best Jerry Band songs are from the Jerry Band, which is like a whole different thing, more blues based, I'd say. Yeah, he did a lot of great Dylan in there too. Like, yeah, Dear Prudence and um,
Hey, they did me and
Positively
Bobby
Fourth
McGee.
Street. Yeah, well,
That's pretty dope.
there's a lot. I'm not always so good, and when I'm stoned to know all the history, but like, oh, you know, you got to remember, like, Big Brother, the holding company, was like part of the Dead. That was Janice's band, and then like they were like boyfriend girlfriend, but off and on because of schedules. Pigpen, who's like, you know, he died in the early '70s. The
He
original
was
Grateful Dead
boyfriend number
singer.
40.
Yeah, him and Janice were like both just like cut from the same cloth, right? There's a lot of pictures of when they were together. They were like fire and ice because they were like drunk.
Jack Daniels.
Yeah, they would drink and get crazy. They both died when they were 27. They're in the 27 club.
Well, I like this song too. When I paint my masterpiece.
Yeah.
And I've listened to the last one you just said before that. It's pretty good too.
One of my favorite Jerry Band tunes is "Tangled Up in Blue."
All right, listen to that one next.
Hey, it's a lifetime of like. There's okay if you YouTube is fine and dandy, but if you just want to listen to the music, there's a website. It's a college that whatever hosted. It's called Archive. The word archive.org, and there's a section called Live Music, and then there's a subsection Grateful Dead. I think there's like hundreds of thousands of shows posted there. A lot of them are the soundboards. Some of them are audience recordings. Every show they did, like maybe 5 to 5 average, different copies of like, oh, this soundboard, a matrix. There's these people that have used technology that mix the audience tape with the soundboard tape because soundboard tapes are bright and all that, but they don't have the ambience that like
an
audience tape.
Yeah.
Or the drug deal going on in front of the microphone.
Well, they were like, they were probably the most high fidelity people coming out of the 60s and the 70s as far as like developing real high quality sound. A lot of that was funded by Owsley, who's, in the 60s made all that Orange Sunshine and all the fucking acid in the world, and used most of money that came out of it. It wasn't like he was like doing it for that, but buying equipment and like, when you said you were listening to 73 or 4, in 74 they had this thing called the Wall of Sound, which took like, at this time, I mean today, like, having 18 trucks of gear on tours standard for a big tour, but back then that was huge. It was this massive wall of like hundreds of speakers. Like there's pictures of it that was like individually quadraphonic. It was this crazy idea, and there's some shows that are recorded from it, but unless I wasn't there, I was only 11 then, but
never hardly worked right.
Yeah, but when it did, it was like a
epic.
And it's posted. If you want to see a really trippy thing and even learn some of the thing, it almost bankrupted them. They went to Egypt in 1978 and played at the Great Gaza Pyramid, where they ran and they needed like miles of fucking cables. They ran speakers into the tomb of the pyramid, and then they recorded it from in there for some crazy reason, right? Like I don't know what they were all tripping on, but yeah, they played in Egypt. Oh, and it was like a certain night of lunar
moon.
Yeah, it was this whole thing. And mainly it was a few deadheads that made it there and all the locals from Egypt. And then there's them playing music with these Egyptian percussionists. And that shit gets trippy as fuck. They were the whole family, everyone like went there with plenty of psychedelics. And so the band, everybody was tripping that night. A lot of the shows, so a lot of the ones that are video weren't ones they tripping at. But if you listen to the recordings, you'll and get into it, you'll know that oh, the band is tripping. Because
Yeah.
they used to take stuff too. Like that's how they learned how to play that way.
Cool.
Like, oh, it all will never make sense unless you take like some mushrooms or some acid and then listen to a Grateful Dead show. And then you go, oh, I get it. I get it. I hear what Jerry's saying. Yeah, it takes a little psychedelic. He's Captain Trips. That was his nickname. Like, he's as psychedelic as it gets when you like follow his leads.
Yeah.
He's a trippy. He's like a special guy. Like, yeah, that's why people. Yeah, like Jerry died is like the probably the saddest event I ever experienced in my life for sure. Like that day, like that was traumatic as shit. Even though I was,
The music stopped.
I was on the road like 15 years with him, seeing him. And he was like dying in front of us. Like there were times he was like a ghost. He was like so pale. And when he was really fucked up, his head, he had like a neck, his neck would lean a certain way. And like there's pictures. He could be singing and he was a heroin addict, but like, oh, he had access to like the good shit and lots of it. Right. And so he was like fucked up. Like, but could still play his ass off. Like some of that was like, oh, some of his best playing was like fueled
Really
by
fucked
that.
up.
Yeah. But then at the end, yeah, he's only 50, I think 53 when he dies. When you look at some of the footage in 95 and 90s, you think you're looking at like a 70-year-old guy. Like his whole hair is great. Like he's old. Like compared to today when somebody in their 50s is still,
There's this.
and a lot of that was, oh yeah, he partied, he never stopped, and he partied hard, and it took its toll. Like they say, oh, he died this way or that way. No, Jerry died from drugs.
The way he wanted to.
He tried to clean up. He had things. He went into a coma and fucking had to relearn how to fucking play guitar after when he got back from it. Like crazy shit happened. But yeah, he was like a what do you call it? A diehard junkie,
Yeah. Because he went into like rehab like 6, 7 times.
Well, he died in rehab. Like the weeks leading up to him dying in that rehab was that he was in Betty Ford at first, right? That's in Palm Springs. That's a legit rehab, right? No bullshit, no cheating, no you're a rock star. That was Betty Ford. And whatever reason, mainly that was in Palm Springs, and his family and his life is in Marin County in San Francisco, above Frisco. They moved him to this place called Serenity Knolls, which is in Mill Valley or somewhere in Marin. It was like no, it wasn't like, oh, it was, they didn't have the medical capabilities, a lot of things that it was more of like a, it wasn't a detox. Yeah, it wasn't like a detox because, yeah, when you really go into rehab hardcore, oh, you have to go through a detox before you go to like regular rehab because, oh, there is, when you're hardcore like that, oh, there's physical shit that you have to overcome.
Yeah. Real physical shit.
And when they moved him, he basically, went into whatever, heart failure, whatever. It's an autopsy that says this and that happened. But, yeah, that was it. It was one of those things that all the deadheads, the whole family, we knew when it was happening, because we weren't idiots, that like the scene was so important for our like livelihoods in our life that like even though Jerry needed like a real extended break, like, oh, maybe not play for a year and a half, 2 years and get no, we were always like patch him back up and get on the next tour, because the tour was this monster that had to keep going, right? Where looking back at it now in the past, yeah, we were selfish fucks, because like it was obvious that like he needed a break, but we weren't able to give it to him. Like the grind was gnarly. Like bands don't tour like that anymore.
No.
They used to do a lot of shows.
And on those side projects.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some of those musicians, like Bob Weir, he did it for so long. Now he's a healthy and, you know, broke away. You know, he was always more healthy. Like he's doing 3 nights in Florida, and then he's happier on the road. Like you speak of Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan, you can pull up his website. He lives on the road, right? He has a really custom bus and whatever. He doesn't even play in the biggest fucking places with highest ticket price. But oh, that guy, Willie Nelson, another one. He lives on the road. Some of them just you do it for so long, you love it so much, and you get accustomed to it that you get addicted to that.
Take course, Christoph.
Good evening, my friends. Yes, I, yes, I.
Happy New Year's Eve, Christoph.
Well, that's right.
To everybody, it's Christmas. It's New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve. Come on.
I still got an hour and a half until the 31st. Today's is still the 30th.
And 30.
Well, you're a left coaster anyway, so
yeah.
The only post that matters. Shit.
But like
North
tomorrow
Coast,
night,
brother.
I'll be able to watch like the streams at different ones, and then like, oh, they're gonna celebrate New Year's East Coast time. Oh, Billy Strings, he's New Orleans time. That's an hour different. And then when all that's over, I still have like an hour and a half or 2 hours to decide where if I want to go somewhere, which I am going somewhere tomorrow.
Right on.
Where are you going?
To the Indian casino. My boss, who's super fucking wealthy, she's like, oh yeah, you know, every time I've gone out there, it's right by the house. It's the chief goes around the casino and gives people envelopes with different amounts of $2 bills in it. Everybody there, right? It's like this tradition. And she's like, we got to go. It's like, I want to get my $2 bills, right? Now, she likes to drink. So like she says, well, we'll go, because then you can drive us home. I'm like, all right, let's go. So that's where I'm going. But like I told her, oh, we can't go to like 10:30 or 11. She says, oh, they don't start having them out after midnight. Sounds crazy.
That's cool.
That's my plan. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, people go there for the $2
star
bills,
notes.
and while they're waiting for their $2 bills, they're gambling hundreds of dollars and losing in the casino. So it's another gimmick.
Well, maybe you'll get a star note like I ended up getting out of the bank machine in Cambodia that turned out to be worth $250.
Yeah, I saw a thing that they said that there's certain $2 bills that are worth over $2,000 each.
There can be. If you get a $2 bill that has like all eights in it, those get bought up here in Asia because all eights is considered lucky number here in Asia.
Oh, good. And
You know,
here's,
that one
here's
I could
something I
see
never
being,
point
I
out.
could see that one being 2,000. Yeah. And some of the star notes, you know, they may not be 2,000, but they're 10, 20 bucks. And it's a $2 bill. Come on.
Here's something I'm going to point out, row wise. Okay, so this is RO tank, 900 liters or 250 gallons. This one we make RO. The one below it, which is only half full, there's a line, is all of our reclaim. It's the reclaims from all the DHUs and ACs, and then almost half of the water we put out in water, we collect about half of it back. Like we could probably seal it up more. Like I've never seen a content like a couple years ago where some girl was like super technical, where they were getting like 75% of their water back because the water doesn't go anywhere. The plant transpires it, right?
Yeah, really.
There's a percentage of it that's lost, but I don't know. I wouldn't bet to change all these waters. I'm going to start changing. Like, otherwise, I have to come back tomorrow to do this room. Unless we recouped all that water, which I realized, oh, it's been a week. And yeah, so that's like half the water that we gave it. It like comes back. Well, that's deceiving. It collects it from both rooms, so yeah. But we collect a bunch of it back.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna have to take a nap.
Where you? What's going on in New Year's Eve? Or isn't there parties at bars around where you're at? Yeah.
Yeah, and we actually have every year they have a beauty pageant, a
Uh-oh.
talent contest, a beauty pageant, and a band play at the clock tower. The clock tower, I haven't posted any pictures up of it this year. It broke during Christmas time and they finally got the lights back up on it. So I'll be down at the clock tower for New Year's.
Is fireworks big there?
It is, but it's the dry season, and like 6, 7 years ago, they had a whole bunch of fires because people's roofs caught fire. So they do them outside of town. So they'll do the fireworks outside of town, and then everybody comes into town at like 11, 11:30. But they'll have like a 20, 25-minute fireworks. So yeah, there's a lot going on here. It's actually kind of cool, you know, being able to go someplace and having like 3,000, 4,000 people around you, and the whole city's vibrant, where it's usually quiet.
Right on. I'm going
So,
to.
yeah. What's your plans, D and Mrs. D? You going out for
Nothing
New
too.
Year's or?
Nothing too big. We're just going to Mrs. D's families for New Year's. Do that. And then,
Okay.
yeah, man.
What about you, Robert? You going any place? You gonna take the doggies out? Let the dogs out? You should take them to Mom's house.
I don't think Green Fingers heard you, Cap.
If you're in Michigan and you have anything to do, and if they still have any tickets available, there's always Motor City. Or Vehicle City, I'm sorry. Vehicle City, that is. If you're a medical patient, you do need to have your medical card or a medical card from the state you reside in or country. Because last time I was there, I pulled out my country paper. They were supposed to take a picture of it and put it up on the wall.
Yeah.
For the farthest away medical pay card. 10,000 fucking miles.
Green. Death Bubba.
You still smoking Death, Bubba?
Yeah, well, nighttime. Good nighttime strain.
Yeah. How much was that an ounce?
I'd rather not say.
Okay.
I'll put it in private chat. Our private chat. Whoops.
Okay. I'll have to see it. Actually, just text me it in IG.
Okay. Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Because I seen some hash the other day on IG made of the Death Bubba. I think Bubble Man site is where I seen it.
Uh-huh. Right on.
Yeah. And I like nighttime weeds.
Nice.
So what's chat doing? Anybody going to New York City to watch the ball drop?
Beat me to it.
We were all saying that you should take the dogs and go visit Mom for New Year's Eve if you weren't doing anything. Yeah,
Get a sled so the dogs can pull me.
We got 13 of them.
That'd be fun. Yeah, I think we'd run into other dogs on the way there. Be a war.
That's more reindeer than Santa had.
Yeah, I wish I could fly. Flying dogs. Beast.
Wish we had teleporters.
Eat enough mushrooms and you can do anything. Just kidding. Don't do that.
Why not?
Oh, don't take my advice. Do it on your own accord. Do it because you want to, not because I said to. Oh, it just smells better and better every day.
Yeah, I can't even believe they set some of this stuff out yesterday. I was at the shop and they got this probably they got 100 grams in that bag. And they said, here, try some of this. And he pulled out a handful and gave it to me and then handed me the bag to smell. And it was like, holy cow, that's like 12 days old, 14 days old from being harvested.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I got like halfway through the joint, but I think I had to take the lighter to it to burn a quarter of that.
Yeah. Oh, fucking scale. I think it's time to get a new scale. That's crazy, Cap. I hate bullshit like that.
Yeah, well, it sells. So
That's crazy.
that's the crazy part.
Yeah.
And the whole thing of it is they think, that smell is like a really good smell. They don't understand that that smell is just like, weed that you shouldn't actually have for another 2 weeks, maybe 3,
Mm-hmm.
because it needs to cure and dry out and lose that chlorophyll smell.
Yeah.
That's the worst.
Let's see. John Sunday. Fucking spam bomb, bitch. We'll do this.
I like telling spam bot to go fuck off.
Yeah. Put him in jail.
What is his name? Nightbot.
There you go. If anyone
Yeah.
wants to like flood the chat with graphic or those pictures or whatever, go ahead. He's locked up.
He's locked up.
Yeah. Locked him up for
Son of a bitch.
I was gonna roll another joint, but I can't. Too high.
I'm rolling 2 now. Right now.
You're
2 at
too
one.
high.
1 for each hand. No.
I think that's why I like bowls. Easier.
What's that say now?
Yeah, this plant I'm showing, this is a Katsu Bubba.
Yeah, baby.
I can tell it is Bubba from the lease. They're super fast. And
Oh, right on, Christoph.
this one that's stretched up higher than the other ones, this is Topanga Canyon Kush or Topanga Kush or whatever.
Come on.
We've been chopping it. See, kitchen top. All these kitchen tops. This room is 1 week old. This is 6 weeks old. Believe it or not, these will end up being like these. Like same height, same everything. Yeah.
Nice.
Martin Coleman. David Martin.
I'll be able to show you rooms just packed with plants.
Wait, is that? Oh no. Oh shit, the bed. I know you came back. Oh shit, the bed. Yeah, man. One down, one to go. Let's take a face of it.
Yeah, filling bowls a lot easier. Gotta clean them now.
You know,
Use the ultrasound.
I kind of stopped like smoking out of glass, like I want to say probably about 10 years ago, 9, 10 years ago.
Whoa. That's
I
whoa.
think that's I think that's because in 2014, 15, the prices started dropping in Michigan. And it was just easier to have my friends grow certain strains and I buy it from them.
Whoa.
Just roll them up. Yeah,
Yeah,
pipes
that
are
way I
easier to
could
fill,
just
but you got to
use,
clean them, so they're not easier overall. So really, joints are probably easier.
you just smoke a hell of a lot more weed, though. I
Yeah,
will admit that. You know, if you're used to smoking like maybe an eighth in a pipe a week, yeah, you're rolling 7, 8 grams worth of joints. Because when I start, I know when I was running out of weed, I would go back to glass pipe.
Beginner of that asshole, like whoa. Whoops.
yeah. I don't, but I basically just really char my pot. I don't totally ash it. And maybe that sometimes I might, but by the end of the day, when I've been smoking all day, it's I'm not really
Well, you
hitting
could be
hard
like,
on the bowl. I'm getting the real volatiles and basically doing a heavy vape right in the bowl.
you could be like a Thai and they just grind the weed up and, you could sit there and just grind it up, put a little bit of pinch in there, but we all know when you grind it up, what happens. That's
Go
one
through the
nice
hole.
thing. That's one nice
still
thing
happens.
about the bowl, though, is putting in a good flour and trying it that way. You're not breaking it all up, getting all the flavor.
Yeah.
Because I've snapped bud before on a dark table. It's funny when you snap a bud and you can see the outline of the bud on the table because all the keef that came off of it.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, okay, this has got a little bit of keef to it. Now I think that's where a really good screen would come in order, because if you give that out to anybody, you're going to be losing a lot of those triclones in the bag. Even if that bag only travels 10 miles, the person putting it in their pocket or putting it in their backpack, in their car, taking it out.
Oh yeah.
So just
That was a
doing
sign of
like
good
a,
weed, though. Nowadays, you
yeah, it
kind of
was.
expect it. So we're totally spoiled nowadays.
Yeah. Well, weed doesn't look like it used to, or there were only a very few varieties that looked like that. When I started, it was dominated by indica, big broadleaf plants. Went to Amsterdam and then got to experience all the thinner, narrow-leaved plants that were there. And the start of the hybrids, like White Widow.
Yeah, it's usually the indicas that it seems like that are like have a lot of loose and just a lot of trichomes where you just tap the bud, come off. Seems so. I don't know why. And definitely the
Well,
cedar has a lot. They're
I was talking with
stronger.
a friend. I came across some seeds that the friend that called me actually made, and they're Ortega seeds from Mandela Seeds. He bought in 2001, and that plant, it's an Afghani. It's a hash plant basically, and it doesn't give really big buds, but it just crystallized, just covered.
Yep. With
But
all
you
those
have all
buds,
these
when you lose the
little
crystals, at least
buds.
it's only on the outside. The buds are only getting mashed up on
If
the
you
outside, at least.
if you look at my personal head stash when I grow, I do a very loose trim on it. I mean, I leave a lot of tricloned out leaves on my bud because they're going to be sitting in a jar for a while. I'm going to be pulling out this bud, that bud. They're going to be moved around. Give them some protection for that inner flower. And if you grind up that leaf that was protecting it, it's not like you're going to change the flavor of your joint unless you leave big fan leaves with no trichomes on it. Leave
Yeah,
something
I
on the
usually leave a
plant to
lot.
protect it.
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
we were talking earlier about,
makes
do you
sense.
wear gloves? And Dee said that, he holds it by the stem. Well, I hold it by the stem. And if you're going to trim for me, I expect you to do the same thing. I don't want you, I see them trimming over here, and the people are just rolling the bud in their hand, and their gloves are just covered in hash. And it's like, there's where all the triclones are going. That's why we see nothing but broken heads. I think there has something to do with, hand trimmed, but with care.
That's gonna go away though, anyway, for the most part.
Well, it's either going to go away or there's going to actually be a separation between commercial grown weed and connoisseur quality. And the connoisseur quality, you'll have people trimming the plant, touching the stem, not touching the bud.
Hey, you want to know a good problem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in this batch, our trimmers are trusted. There's 3 of them. They work when they come. We have these little slips, whatever amount they do and the amount of time they write on it. It all gets tallied up. That's how they get paid. That's usually the first place we know what the yield is. So this batch, when we tally, hey, and this is how they get paid. So sometimes it's all maybe a little the other way, but this time when we tallied up all the numbers, and that's like how much they want to get paid for the weed they trimmed, it was 11 and a half, except that there's like almost 14. There's like three extra that wait, how'd that happen? It's all trimmed. Like, oh, maybe there's some accounting thing that's going to pop up, but either way, that's a couple over the average for that space. That's just 4 trays. Wait, 1, 2, 8.
Maybe you had a really good run and you just had more buds that were worth trimming to them.
Yeah, well, even though we took it out of rotation, and it always happens every time I've ever done that, meaning that we didn't take clones, so that means it's gone. The last round of this Banana Daddy, I mean, it probably doesn't smoke any better because, like, something about that shit doesn't get me stoned at all. Oh my God, it's the beefiest, densest, fucking hugest nugs. Like, yeah. But the point of that is yeah, strains, when you decide you're going to get rid of them, always perform the best and that last run where it's done. Like, oh, there's a reason you took it out of rotation, and then the last time you run it, it makes you second guess your
yeah, I think you have decision. Better though.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the point. Well, what it would be is, oh yeah, no, that thing, it hits these numbers big. I guess if we just said, oh, let's just grow all that, oh, then we would be growing mids because I don't get stoned from it. I don't know what other people, I didn't know one complaining, but like, I don't get stoned from it. I know weed. I've smoked a lot of it for a long time. Nah, it's got like mild effects. Smells great. It looks great. All that shit. Right? But like, I could see where some people would make the decision, oh, run with that. Look at those numbers. And look at how good it looks. Because, oh, it does look good. It's got this purple shit going on. It smells like fuck, dude. The bags are like loud as fuck. Nah. Ain't worth smoking.
It needs some gas. Or something.
No, it's got all that. It's got like it just doesn't.
It don't have no legs.
Whatever combo doesn't have any stone to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Now, like I say, oh, we've been running it. There's been about none of the people went, oh, hey, that shit sucked. No. But that's why I mean, like, oh, I can't, like me saying this here is because, like, oh, no one I know, my people, they don't watch any of this shit. But like, God forbid I would say that. That would like, oh, for sure no one would want it because I said it sucked. You know what I mean? If I don't say anything, oh, sometimes like, oh, it's going to be gone. Like next cycle will be out. There'll be a couple people they're going to like pop up and go, oh, what happened to that one? That was the one I wanted more of. Because there's certain people, they want what they can't have. Like whatever they can't have, that's what they want. Right? There's a certain like there's demographics in people, right? So there's always a few in like 100. Let's say 100. Oh, there'll be like maybe less than 10 that whatever you don't have, that's what they wanted. Like, oh, I have a few of those. Like, if I had this, that, and the other, and then next time I don't have one, that's the one they say they want, no matter what it is.
10-minute warning, everybody. Get those bongs, pipes, and joints ready for the 20. Last 20 tonight.
I'm gonna have to disturb this cat that's been sleeping on my bed. So I think I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit before the party tonight.
Right on.
I do have dinner picked out. I'm gonna go to the shrimp farm. I've got a kilo of shrimp.
Ooh, that sounds good.
I've got a couple mismarked steaks. It says ribeye on them, but it doesn't say Australian ribeye, and they're Australian cut.
Did you say it said goodbye?
It's a good buy because they mark it as Thai beef ribeye, which is like 90 baht for what, 100 grams.
Oh.
And the Australian ribeye is like double that.
Yeah.
So I get it for half price.
Oh, nice. I thought it said goodbye because it goes in your stomach.
Oh, it will.
Goodbye.
I got a fresh jar of horseradish to open up.
Nice.
So we'll make that nice and spicy.
Right on.
Kilo of cooked shrimp it works out to be like $13.50.
Holy shit.
Shrimp's cheap over here.
Wow. The ocean calls, don't back.
No, we have shrimp farms.
Okay.
There's a shrimp farm like a kilometer from my house.
That's crazy.
And they cook them up. They've got a restaurant there, so they cook them up there for you too.
How hard's a fish farm? What, bunch of troughs and just fucking farming shrimp out of it?
It looks like basically a rice paddy field, and it looks like that. You know, they're
but
just
like, what if you did it in tanks?
Sections of water, like 12, 16 feet deep.
Huh.
I mean, shrimp are always get a good price per pound. If it was, I think the more people would be like having some kind of small shrimp farm if it was profitable. It's probably a little trickier than that.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to have like a rotation going of the shrimp because, they take time to grow.
Yeah.
So, it could take up to a year and a half to get large size shrimp. Medium sized shrimp, maybe only a year. But you need to have like 16, 17, 18 ponds that you
Hey,
have shrimp in.
you want to know what I found out today? Like in my learning to be a horse ranch guy. Okay, so there's Bermuda hay, and then there's alfalfa
Grass.
hay, right? Man, these horses, they fucking love this alfalfa hay. They turn their nose on this Bermuda hay, right? So I trying to be like I get the horses love me at this point because I'm carrot man, apple man, and also alfalfa man. All right. They're called like flakes. Like the bale, you can take these flakes, and I'm always hooking them up with alfalfa, even though they got what do you call it? Bermuda
Hey.
that they turn their hair up. So today I finally asked, I'm like, yeah, like, what is it? Why do we do the alfalfa? What is the Bermuda way cheaper than the alfalfa? She says, yeah, it's a little, but if you feed them too much alfalfa, they get too jacked up. Like it like gives them too much energy, right? And I realized a couple days, like, there's a couple horses that, when you haltering them up and dealing with them, some days they're like super jacked up, and other days they're super fucking calm. And then I put it together.
Nighttime hay.
I put it together. Oh, in the afternoon when I'm like driving the cart around, being Mr. Nice Guy, giving a little flake of alfalfa to make friends with them. Yeah,
It's a
and
little
2 hours
speed.
later, when I show up with the fucking halter, they're fucking bucking and fucking getting all nuts and shit. I like, I learned that there's a reason you only give them so much of so much. And like she says, hey, they're not starving. And if they don't have the alfalfa, they'll eat the other stuff. That's why it's there. If you give them too much alfalfa, they get too jacked up. I'm like, all right. And one thing I've learned, oh no, I'm not experienced enough to deal with jacked up horse. Like these fucking things they are strong as fuck, and even if they're not trying to, they can like just toss you around like you're a rag doll.
Oh yeah.
Let alone if they ever get fucking mad enough to kick you or some shit, you're fucked.
Yeah. The alfalfa hay is also sweeter to the animal.
Oh no, I see why they like that shit.
Yeah,
No
yeah,
question. It's got like, hey, even when we have like massive amounts of different hay, like huge supply. And I started noticing like, not all bales are like created equal. And then like I realized, yeah, the guys that grow hay, they basically just grow just about anything and fucking put it in a bale. Okay. Because sometimes you'll pull off a flake, you'll be like, yeah, what the fuck is this is in it? Well, not that. Other like weeds or shit that grows in the field, grasses and whatever, like whatever they fucking harvest, they just put in the bale. It's mostly what they claim it is, but like I realize even like what she says is why she buys like 6 months or has a huge supply, because the first month or so after harvest is when the price is low and the best quality is sold. But then as the season wears on, the quality changes. So you buy when the quality is the best, and instead of small amounts where then you're at times getting the low quality shit. Because they grow it all the time, but there's a time when it's like best. Probably spring, you know what I mean? When it
first cut of the year.
Yeah.
Fucking looking at that.
On a farm, we used to cut our hay and bale it and Grandpa had an old baler, so I had to ride on the back of it and kick the bales off. And yeah, every once in a while there'd be a snake in there. You'd see the fur of a rabbit.
Somehow it must be in movies or images. I've seen like old time images where like men just like were flinging bales of hay, like boom, boom, like lifting them.
Yeah, you can
I'm
make
getting a little
them like
old. I'm
40
not that
pounds
strong,
and like 80
but
pounds.
yeah, well, even 40 pounds is like, yeah, bale hay's nah, yeah, you can, but better like posture yourself right. Or
Do you
I
have
guess if you got, you'd get buff
the
if you were
hooks?
tossing hay bales all day long. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
Do
we
you
were
have
on
the hooks?
Yeah. Somehow she goes,
Though
finds
the
other
hooks take a
horse
lot
people.
easier
She
to
came
move.
back after going to somebody that's selling all their horse stuff. To me, it looks like a ladder that you'd pull up
Cheers.
so people could walk up onto a plane. It's got industrial casters, and I don't know how many steps up. High enough that it's as high as a full hay stack. So now, instead of putting ladders on there, that gets kind of sketchy because you got to take from the top. You can't just take from the middle and the bottom, or you'll have a collapse, right? Yeah, we got this fucking platform thing that somehow, I don't know what you paid for it, but oh, that's going to make that job easy. Because trying to do the same thing on a ladder, oh, that's a little sketchy.
Yeah. They give you these little ass joints. These are ridiculous. Got these for a present. They got smaller.
Oh
That's
wow.
all right. What do they call those? Something I've seen. There's a couple brands that make those.
Dog walker.
Dog walker.
The
Hey,
really
as long as
smart
it's
ones.
decent to dank weed, I mean, that's like I don't know, like I don't like this joint I lit when I got here. I smoked a few hits, got stoned. Now I'm smoking a few more. This one will probably take me 4 times to smoke. Like if it's really good weed, like what, 3, 4, 5 hits, and okay, you're good to go. So that looks like you probably get a couple hits, 2 to 3 hits each, 2 people. You get high as fuck.
Got the little Jeters, baby Jeters. Those are actually good. Full size. They're just a half a pound.
Because those full size cones, that takes a lot of weed to make one of those.
So you do the gram cones. Those are perfect.
Well, I think my joints are probably a little over a gram and something like that. But I smoked 1 1/4 for like 30 fucking years. But then, like a year ago, my friend from Raw sent me 84 mils. I've said this before, but they're only like a little bit bigger and maybe a teeny bit more weed. But somehow I ran out of those and was back to 1 1/4 for a few weeks. And when I rolled those joints seemed to be like it was gone before I knew it. Like it's like, oh, 84s. Like they're big in Europe, but oh, they have them. The head shops around me, no, they didn't know what I was talking about. But oh, I got them online. That's a perfect size for me.
Yeah,
Cigarette size.
7mm tips
A
for
little
here.
thinner than that. I don't know.
I have a whole box of them. They're all 420 of them. Container. Pre-rolled tips. Yeah, just whatever.
Well, I think everybody
Just a
develops
tip.
their own like way that they
Nice
prefer, and that's all good.
Peace
Like
pipe.
I like
sometimes,
the glass tips.
That's cool.
my partner Gary, he can roll these joints that are the most perfect fucking perfect and big.
Pregnant ones.
Same weed. Somehow, I don't know. I don't like. Then I just like half-ass roll mine. Some come out better than others, but they're good for me. Like that's what I would prefer. Like the way I roll them than the way other people roll. I don't know like how I'm that way, but like I'm like I'm like weird.
Mine come out pregnant if I hand roll.
I used
But
to
I
roll with that.
realized that like yeah, I roll like lately I've been kind of smoking less, so maybe only like 5 joints a day.
Pregnant joints.
Some days it's more, and usually it's like in 2 different rolling sessions. The morning and the evening I roll 1 or 2 or 3 at the same time. I realized over my whatever amount of life, if you added up all that time, breaking it up, grinding it, rolling it, even if 10, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, it's 5 minutes, whatever it is, it would add up to a lot. Like you'd go, fuck, fucking 40 years, and every day you spend 15 minutes of your day. That's a low estimate, rolling joints. Wow, that added up to like if you did try to learn a new language, anything, you'd fucking have mastered it.
Hey, bud, imagine how many minutes you actually spend looking at a scale.
That too. Not really though. Like I'm like I weigh everything
come on.
over. I don't even fuck around. I weigh everything over.
But
Like,
still, I mean, over the years, how many times have you had to turn on a scale to weigh
oh
up
yeah,
a bag?
oh a bunch of times. But and then as far as ounces, yeah, I'm pretty good. Maybe like truthfully, maybe like 60%, and then maybe another 15% where I just am like barely a gram off. But I can grab like an ounce of weed and throw it in the scale. Maybe not 50, 60%, but enough times that I'm amazed that I like. Now, if I didn't have a scale and you told me to eyeball an ounce, I don't know. That pressure might fuck me up. But with the scale, I fucking can grab it, mount, and boom, it's exactly, well, 30 grams because I weigh ounces at 30 grams. Like for 15 years, I have one customer. If I add up how many ounces a month he buys, it's like 20 or more, right? And a lot of times I only see him once in a while. He gets like 12 ounces or 10 ounces or like, and I stopped asking because a long time ago I was like, dude, you want me just to give you a QP and then like a half pound, whatever, no, no. And I know he has his own scale and all that too, but because I realized years ago, okay, I weigh quarter pounds at 115. So that's only 3 grams over on a QP, right? But I weigh ounces at 30 grams. That's 2 times 4. So that's 8 grams extra, right?
So he's
And
getting his smoke for free.
yeah, no, I realized, oh, smart. He's smart. Oh, I've respected it. I've never tried to change up the routine. It's all good. 15 years of rolling. But yeah. Now, if other people, oh no, they don't want it like that at all. Like they want it like whatever in one thing. They don't want it singled out. He's Mr. Singled it out. But now I've never asked him, is the reason? But if it was, I'd be like, yeah, like smart move, right?
grab two grabs, drop it off to this person, grab two, drop it off to this person. By the time you're done, you have an extra one plus a quarter. Well, 12 grams.
I have a bunch of weird things with my people. Like they're important to me. And like it's not like none of them are less than like 10 years, right? No. But you never know. Like it's Christmas every once in a while, you never know. Like I have this weird thing where sometimes I feel like, oh, here's your bonus. You know what I mean? But you never know. It's not that often, but you never know. It's always like noticeable though. Like, oh, I give you an extra whatever. I just feel like, well, when I was younger, my mom we used to have a butcher shop and this shop and that shop, all these shops. And when I was a kid and go shopping with my mom, she would have relationships with all those places. And that's how we got all these dog bones for free all the time, or we got this, or because of these relationships like that. Today, people don't operate business that way.
No.
But no, I think that's like a good way, like, yeah, to have longevity, like sometimes I'm amazed when I think, oh my God, dude, it's been since the 90s. Wow, that's like a long time, dude. And you only tried the dispensary twice. Wow, that's fucking amazing. But then sometimes it's a lot of fucking pressure. Because you know what? Sometimes things don't always come out fucking fire. I'm telling you.
Nope.
That's the hardest thing to dial in. I think a lot of what's creating mids is that
they're drawing it out too much.
Really good fire, dank, like whatever genetic. I mean, it has to be capable of making that. I'd equate it back to music and Grateful Dead. What made the Grateful Dead was they played improvised music. They did not have rehearsed set fucking music. Right? They took chances. And in those chances, oh, that's where they found the magic. Right? It's the same thing with like I apply that to growing. And if you like have some like set regiment and recipe and all this things and ones that you're like not willing to take risk, right? You're just like too much is at stake loss wise to take a risk. Well, then you'll probably settle with like the mids. Yeah. Because you got to like push plants at the right time. You got to like read the plants. You can't just read some schedule that they fucking put out. That's the end result.
When do they start to swell?
Just in the same clone. I've run the same clones over and over for a long time. Yeah, it's not. There's in an environment that's steady. Doesn't matter. There's no season. Bunch of factors, but no, there's still like whatever you call variables. That's what it is.
I think the outside pressure does a lot. We play inside God, but still the pressure outside and the pressure that's in the room
I know one thing
as the year changes.
I'm not so into, but I know the moon and the lunar, and the magnetic, and there's forces going on, right? Well, even if you're in a sealed room, sealed building, insulated with dialed in environment, plants don't even see the moon. And no, if there's like, oh, it controls the tides, it does this, it does that, there's things that it's involved in. Oh, they're being affected by it, even though they're inside. You know what I mean? Like a lot of things, by you being the king of the environment, you take out of like nature's hand, but I don't think you take that out. That's like a force that's way stronger than some drywall or plaster or whatever your fucking building's built out of. Even metal, like the magnetic pull, the seasons, because that's what creates the seasons, right?
So is that muted? Can you mute?
Well, with that, folks, it's that time. It's like an old Scottish saying goes, "Time, gentlemen, please." That means they say that the people in the bar, it's time to go home.
No, the best thing tonight would have been if you had queued up and you can't play it, is that song called Old Anzine. Yeah. You know that song, Old Anzine?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the perfect song for like the wrap up at the end of like a New Year's vibe thing.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. But like you said, we'll get flagged and then we're screwed.
That song's a class. That could be no, probably not. It's licensed.
Yeah. I don't want to take that chance and then we get flagged.
It's weird. I don't know how
be forgot.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da.
So we'll do the outros. So Christoph came in first. Or last, I mean. So Christoph, any final words, buddy?
Sorry, zombie, j'ai pas compris. Follower? J'ai pas compris, follower?
Yeah.
Follow Christoph, Christoph 54CO on YouTube.
Ouais, ah, merci. Ok, bah, Christophe 54 54. Ouais, c'est ça. Christophe 54 Co. Et puis voilà, quoi. Mais mon adresse email, c'est christophe54seed@gmail.com. Voilà. Thank you. Merci pour. Thank you for the force. Merci, frérot. Merci, ce bro.
Happy New Year, Christoph. We'll see you next year, buddy. On Tuesday.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Have a Happy New Year. Bon anno.
Ok, thank you. Merci. Ok. Oui, Miss, ce soir, ouais. La nouvelle année. Tout à l'heure, quoi. Bientôt.
Tata.
Thank you.
Toodaloo.
All right, everyone.
Bud, you're next.
All right. We'll see you next year. It was fun hanging. Everyone have a good tomorrow or today, whatever it is for you. And let's move on to better times.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, thanks.
Happy New Year. Peace, bud.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Green fingers.
All right, everybody. We'll plant some seeds. Peace out.
Later, green fingers. See you next year.
New Year, new strains.
Jeff.
Yep. Keep smoking the new. Have a good New Year. Have a good night.
You too. Happy New Year. Talk to you next year. Captain 420.
Well, D, it's been another year. Next year, hopefully better. Everybody out in chat, stay safe. Look out for those that may be a little bit more not under their control. And make it home safely, though. Enjoy yourself. Peace.
Later, Captain. See you next year, buddy. Oh shit. And with that, we'll do the infomercial that keeps the power on at the old broadcasting station, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I'm starting to get tired. So we'll just do that real quick. Maybe real quick. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to check out Fumadoro, Fumes of Gold, and all that good stuff to get yourself some awesome, awesome breeding lines. Like the Morgana, he's got several different packs. He's got the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5 pack going on. He's got Morgana version 1, 2, or 3, or 4. He's got that's sold out right now. He's got this, like I always say, this thing isn't really nice looking. The Figment, I'm gonna have to try that one day. But here's the one I like to do. We'll just like to smoke, and it's my favorite right now, and that would be where is it? Where are you? There it is. The Lime River Rose. It's pretty sweet. It's awesome. I really like it. I like the terpenes. It's limey. Tasted like lime, like you just had some lime or something. It's awesome. So don't forget to check out Fumadoro to get yourself some beans. Use the coupon code BRAINZ, BRAINZ, and that only works for his seeds. It does not work for Gage Green Genetics or the merch. Speaking of merch, don't forget to check out the Fumadoro Seed Cove merchandise page as well. There he is right there, Mr. Fumadoro himself with the gaffer tape. Wearing the gaffer tape. There's different styles, different colors, different strains that Fumador himself has for sale. It comes in many different colors. It comes in blue, green, orange. There's a camel color. There's gray. There's black. There's white. There's this one here. I call it Fire Engine Red. And look at the price, $22.50. Can't beat that. How many times have you gone and looked at merchandise on a breeder page or um anyways, 40, 50, $60. It's crazy. Fumadors, 1925, 1810. Different shirts. There's my shirt right now. That's what I'm wearing in the camel color, I believe it is called. The Lime River Rose, because I love it so much. So pick yourself up some Fumadoro merch. It comes. He's got T-shirts. He's got wife beaters. He's got mugs. He's got shirts for ladies. The ladies. He's got some awesome, awesome hoodies, like that one right there. Team D. Brains for the high noon safety meeting. They're comfortable. They're affordable. They're freaking awesome, man. Pick yourself up some. Well, with that, everybody, I'll call that the end of the show. I hope everybody has a safe and happy New Year's. I hope everybody safe out there, gets home safe. Remember, don't drink and drive, don't smoke and fly. Just get home alive. Damn, I'm a poet and don't even know it. Everybody, happy New Year's from me and Mrs. D. I hope everybody has a great time. We'll be back hopefully Tuesday. Just stand by and we'll let you know somehow. Maybe some smoke signals, maybe a firework, maybe like Batman. We'll send you the bat signal. What is next Tuesday? Let's see, January. Let's get a quick look. Second. Yeah, so there might be a show on the second. So stay tuned and we'll let you know. Till then, everybody, be safe. Keep your stick on the ice and remember, help control the pet population. Have your pet spayed or neutered. Later, everybody. You bunch of hosers. Take off. Take off, eh? Peace.